There, we should have audio. Yeah, the receiver didn't power on. Yeah. Yeah, the receiver for some reason didn't decide to power on this morning. Thank you, Fry. Appreciate it.
Ad hoc Elaine 2832 says, hello and good morning.
Hi Elaine, how you doing? Good morning. Yeah, so many moving parts. The stupid wireless mic receiver didn't automatically turn on when I pulled it out of its charging base. So thank you.
Fry says, no audio.
Yeah. We done fix that, so.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No problem. I always try to look for a different channel to raid. I think I've raided you twice now. I don't know.
Ad hoc Elaine 2832 says, thank you for the raid yesterday.
Not a problem. Hopefully my viewers enjoyed it and stuck around for a bit. Maybe got involved.
Fry says, hey Ad hoc Elaine 2832. Ad hoc Elaine 2832 says, I'm good, how about you? Telescope Production Services says, what are your thoughts about Trump getting the military to protect the reflecting pool? Because he messed it up anyway. Lost it $14 million.
Yeah, I don't know. I really haven't been following it. I heard they painted the bottom and then put some chemicals in, and now the paint is coming off and it's turning into a shit show.
Lane 2832 says, Fry did.
It's turning into a shit show, so yeah, I don't know how that's going to work out if whoever was contracted to paint the bottom of the pool is going to, or the bottom of the water feature, I guess, is going to have to go out there and redo it. I don't know how that's going to work. You'd think somebody's going to be liable, you know. I mean, I understand the intentions behind it, but if it's not working out, you know, then it's like, okay, well, whose fault is it that it didn't work? You'd think the contractor would have a warranty on it, you know?
Telescope Production Services says, it needed a new pump, not paint, slumlord behavior.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a water feature expert. So I could not tell you what it needed, what it didn't need. I mean, in a position of power like that, people bring ideas to them and suggestions on the best course of action, and basically at that level, they just sit here and say, well, here's your options, we think that this one's the best option. And he goes, okay, well, you guys are the experts, and I trust you, and he went with it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a situation where he just came up with it and was like, hey, let's paint it, There's a lot of moving parts in that decision. They told him that would fix the problem and that was the best course of action, and he's like, okay, well, sounds good. So unfortunately, you can't hang it all on Trump, The people that advised him got to carry some of the blame and the weight on that one.
At Telescope Production Services says, chemistry suggests to get rid of the algae, all of the water would require 50% being hydrogen peroxide.
Interesting. Well, it also doesn't help that that the water isn't filtered and it comes from a natural source, which is going to just bring in more organisms and stuff like that into the water. It's not like they're using filtered water to. It's not like it's a swimming pool. They're constantly refilling it from.
Fry says, blame Fry.
Yeah, they're constantly refilling it from a non-clean source. But then if they hooked it up to the city water supply to get cleaner water.
Lane 2832 says, LOL.
Yeah. I mean, if they hooked it up to a city water supply to get filtered water or cleaned water, then people would be screaming and yelling that, he's taking water away from babies.
At Telescope Production Services says, Trump used that no big contract that overcosted the project for him to scheme off the top.
I don't know if we've got proof of that. That's your opinion. I mean, if there were facts behind it, then...
At Stanchilka 272 says, good morning, Eric and Telescope.
Good morning. Don't forget about Fry. Fry's here too. And Elaine. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. I mean, if the Dems had proof of that, they'd go after them for it.
Services says, the water came from the Potomac and the pump was back.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying is, you've got a natural water source that's not filtered. You're going to have bacteria, you're going to have whatever's in that natural water source. So, I mean, that's part of the problem right there. Whenever you got
100% proof.
Well, then the Democrats will go after him, and they'll finally get him kicked out of the White House, and he'll go to jail for some type of money laundering.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So that's a good thing then, because I know you don't want Trump in the office anymore. So then you should be very happy that Trump did this.
At Stanchilka 272 says, hey Fry and Elaine.
Yeah. Because then that means he's finally going to get convicted of something and he'll get kicked out of the White House. So this should be the best news ever for you.
Telescope Production Services says, Democrats have no spine anymore.
Gotcha.
Fry says, payouts STEM children 272. Rick says, heads up, new draw. Solve this math challenge and chat to win. 4 plus 3 equals? Telescope Production Services says, they would rather the United States in a fascist nation than give citizens universal health care.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution is to that. Would it be nice? Yeah, it'd probably be nice. It really comes down to how do we afford it? It's kind of crazy because, you know, anyone that's poor enough pretty much is on a universal health insurance, you know. It's the middle class, it's the upper class, it's those people that pretty much have to pay for health care. I mean, you lose a job, you don't have anything, boom, you're on universal health care. So it's more about expanding it than it is not existing. It's there. It just doesn't cover everybody, unfortunately. You know. And then the big argument is then, well, why do we have health insurance? So we put all these health insurance companies out of business because, well, they'd have no customers anymore. So it's not just as simple as, you know, saying, hey, okay, let's have universal health care. There's going to be a lot of consequences from doing that. And then again, we've got to figure out how you're going to pay for it. Always lots of good ideas, just never solutions to how to pay for it.
Telescope Production Services says, we afford wars. It's cheaper for universal health care than our current system. Koch brothers study confirmed it. I may hate MAGA, but people shouldn't die because they can't afford health care costs.
Yeah. No, I get it. I agree with you. I mean, there's a lot of things on the Democratic wish list that sound good. It's just, I don't know. I mean, the Democrats have been in power for how many years, and they've never done it. So, you know, go bitch at your representatives. Obama could have done it. You know, Clintons, Bushes, Biden, they all could have done it. I mean, even Kamala, when she took over at the very end. I mean, I don't know, she took over for Joe to run for president, but she didn't he never really stepped down, so I guess she was never in power enough to implement something like that. But I mean, you know, you're like, well, MAGA should have done this. Well, no. You guys have had Democratic leadership in the White House for years and years and years. You know, you guys should be screaming up and down about...
NASA cost us more money than clown wars, so NASA needs to go first.
Yeah. You guys should be screaming up and down at your own representatives. Why the hell haven't you guys done this? They clearly had the power to. So, you can't just bitch because now...
Mike Lockhart says, "Good morning, Eric. The boss is already working."
Good morning. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. So yeah, you can't bitch just because Trump isn't doing it. You guys have had decades of Democratic leadership that has done nothing.
Production Services says, "We can afford it. Where is the $300 billion that Trump is paying to Iran coming from?"
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, answer me that. Why haven't your Democratic leaders done it? They've had years to do it.
"Good day, mates. I got this account working again. It was stuck on restricted mode, LOL. All is good now. Hope you all are well."
Good, good, good. I mean, where's your outrage for when your Democratic presidents didn't do that?
Fry says, "Hey at Chris Ayers 007.
I mean, Obama did his Obamacare bullshit. He could have sat there and just done universal health care. He was already working on health care.
Production Services says, "They were not real Democrats. I want a new FDR, not Obama."
Well, be mad at FDR then. Go piss on his grave. Get your...
James Bond says, "At Fry TV, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well."
Go sit at his grave site with a Ouija board, make contact, and bitch him out. Say, hey, what the fuck, dude?
Frankie says, "Good morning, RM America."
Good morning. Welcome, Frankie.
James Bond says, "At Telescope Production Services, hello again." Frankie says, "Slots."
I think it's apostrophe slots.
James Bond says, "At Frankie Flojo, good morning." Frankie says, "LOMR Bond." James Bond says, "Universal health care don't work, Erica's. Look what it brings into Canada and the UK. Loads of third world migrants who take advantage of the system."
Yeah. Well, I mean, any universal health care should just be for citizens. If you're here and you're not supposed to be here, you shouldn't be benefiting from us in in any way, such
At
way or
Telescope
form.
Production Services says, Obama should have given the United States universal health care with the supermajority, but
Yep.
Obama was a cut to the donor class.
Yep. So, I mean, when the Democrats were in power, they should have forced it through.
James Bond says, at Frankie Flo Joe hello.
So, I mean, Trump is a Republican. His agendas are going to be faced towards a
Frankie
Republican.
says, I left Joey's stream saying, oh, this is boring, cannot join NR America, the legendary trucker.
Interesting. You know, Trump's going to focus on Republican ideas and things that Republicans want. And I guess, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really
At
against.
Telescope Production Services says, universal health care works in every country but two. Do you know why? Only 2 countries don't have universal health care.
Well, I don't know if it works in every country. I've heard Canada's, from Canadians, their universal health care is a shit show.
James Bond says, at Telescope Production Services not in the UK at dawn. Good example, I had to go into hospital for an emergency once and had to wait 6 hours because of a load of Pakistani people wanting free meds. The worst thing was they were what's known as health tourists. They only go to England to get free meds and free welfare benefits. They don't want to work.
Yeah, see, I personally think if you're not a citizen of the country that you're visiting, you know, you have no access to any benefits, period.
Fry says, yep, and we have all the wetbacks in Texas that get free shit and take over the stores at Chris Ayers 007.
Okay, let's stay away from racial slurs. I mean, I understand your frustration, but we can use the word illegals or whatever. We don't need to.
At Sunpony Studio says, I have a former co-worker with dual UK-USA citizenship. She also had a genetic heart condition. Fry says, hey at Sunpony Studio. Sunpony Studio says, she did not trust the level of care she got under Universal and had a private doctor in case she had an emergency.
Yeah, that's something I've heard that a lot of Canadians do too.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, Pakistani Muslim people take over all the corner shops here and the post offices which used to be owned by nice kind English people. Frankie says, IGTG in 45 minutes for a app, but it'll be here till then.
Hi, cool beans. Yeah, I guess today we're talking about Trump's situation with the, I think it was the Washington Mall or whatever.
Sunpony Studio says, Naya at Fry TV.
And now we're talking about universal health care. So I guess we're kind of going political today, at least thus far, which is fine. I got no complaints. It's got the chat rolling.
At Telescope Production Services says, ever been to an American hospital? You will be waiting for 8+ hours and it's capitalist system for insurance. Not having free health care is against our Constitution due to life clause.
Well, you know, start protesting your Democratic leaders, because obviously they're not doing their job. They're supposed to be representing your interests.
Says, but these people are clever, Eric. They have lawyer friends who help them get everything. They used the 1952 Convention on Refugees to claim asylum. They are grown men in their 30s, very bad men.
Yep. Well, your government needs to close that loophole then. Just because it's written doesn't mean it can't be changed.
Frankie says, Trump viral.
Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, I don't really judge anybody based on, you know, who they vote for. You know, everybody's welcome. We're definitely not an echo chamber. I mean, I am. I guess I'm more right-leaning than I am left. You know, Telescope obviously is left.
Says, did anyone see that recent poll where only 29% of people who identified as Democrat were also proud to be an American?
No, I hadn't. It's got to be hard to be a Democrat these days, though. You know, with all the nut jobs that are out there on the left, you know.
Frankie says, I'm not a fan. Hopefully I didn't offend anyone here. He drive me up the F-ine wall. I despise of him. No offense.
Oh, no. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I mean, if you don't like Trump, that's your prerogative. It's not, you know, Telescope obviously doesn't like Trump, you know, and we deal with him.
James Bond says, there's a video on YouTube of poor old lady living next door to a house rented out to these asylum-seeking men. Had to leave her home as they were intimidating her, and that happens everywhere in UK.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I was saying, there's so many of the real nut jobs that are out there on the internet. You know, and it's not.
Telescope Production Services says, Democratic Party hates its base.
Yeah. And it's not that it's the left itself that's, you know, nut jobs. It's just, it seems like the nut jobs that are out there in the world tend to float to the Democratic side. So it's just
F1L says, hello.
It's just a bad look for the Democratic Party, because it's like makes, you know, it's guilt by association. You know, it's kind of like, you know, you got all these nut jobs on your party, and it makes everybody kind of think that the entire.
James Bond says, it's not the Democrats' fault, as what is happening is these people that come to the USA or UK play the victim and say they have been persecuted in their own nations, then when they get in they act bad.
Yeah. It just makes the whole party look bad, you know. And there's nothing you can really do about it. It's, you know, it's not like you can sit here and say, well, you can't be a Democrat, you know. But it's just kind of weird. I just still can't believe you guys voted for Biden. I mean, he was clearly fucked up.
2022 says, good morning, Eric.
Good morning. I mean, he was clearly not mentally there. I mean, they tried to hide it well, and they tried to blame it on, oh, he's got a stutter. Sure. You know, and some people just suck that up. Oh yeah,
James Bond
he's not
says,
in mental
yeah,
decline.
Basically, they take kindness for weakness.
Yeah. I mean, he's not in mental decline. He just has a stuttering problem. Okay, well, he's been in politics for how many years and never saw a situation with him stuttering.
At Tamarroot 6762 says, hi Eric.
Hello. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. But now he's just a stuttering fool, so it's like, well, if he's not going through mental decline, why can't he control his stuttering when he's been able to do it for so many years? But yeah, I don't know.
Hi guys.
I would have been pissed because Bernie Sanders was the candidate. He got bumped for Biden. At least the way I remember it. It should have been Bernie.
At Telescope Production Services says, I want you to be able to have free health care, education, strengthening your wages, providing you a better way to live, affordable living, housing.
Yeah, I'm going to have to back off and let this JB Hunt guy go because he's going to...
James Bond says, at Jamasuing 2022 morning welcome in and at Tamarroot 6762
he's going to need both fucking lanes.
Hello.
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, he needed both lanes.
Frankie says, at Lane Rodriguez F1L morning.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, I think the root of the problem here, Telescope.
James Bond says, at Telescope Production Services, yeah, that's a great idea as it used to work well in the UK in the 1980s and 1990s, but Tony Blair came into power and imported 6 million to the UK for cheap labor.
I think the root of the problem is that, you know, the Democrats keep blaming the Republicans, but they're not blaming the other Democrats that have been in power. You know, stop blaming the Republicans for all your problems. Blame the Democrats that you
Biden
vote
was
in.
the start of dementia, I guess, as his wife Jill had to always run the show from the back rooms.
Yeah. You know, you guys are pissed at Republicans for not doing what you want, but you're not sitting here and bitching about the fact that your Democrat leadership isn't doing what you want. That's your problem. Hold them accountable.
F1L, hello.
Your leaders are more worried about doing backdoor deals and getting rich than doing what they're put into politics to do, which is serve your interest.
Says, how do we do that in just one generation at Telescope? Telescope Production Services says, the Labour Party is dead in the UK. At Paradisus Belisal says, I sent you a DM on Discord. I created that bonding overlay of yours in Moblin and sent it to Eric. Let's see if he's in a good mood and approves it.
Okay. Cool beans.
Yeah. Telescope Production Services says, don't think that I don't blame the Dems?
Yeah. Well, you should abandon the Democratic Party. Everybody should come over to being Republican. And then sit here, then you can complain about if the Republicans don't do it. But it seems like the Republicans, or at least Trump, seems to be more interested in trying to get shit done.
6762 says, exactly, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see I did a little workaround for that that bonding overlay. I captured it from the web page that Moblin makes, and I'm using OBS to display it on the bottom left of the screen.
City Amandert says, hey to all, good morning everyone, I hope everyone is doing.
I mean, I find it to be useful information, because then, you know, like for my mod Fry, if one of my connections drops out, he can look and see, oh, AT&T dropped out.
The government is getting worse for the USA, it's bad.
Yeah. The problem is that our government doesn't represent the people. They represent special interest groups. So it really doesn't matter if you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, because you're not being represented.
James Bond says, at Telescope Production Services, yep, seems Farage will be in power soon in a coalition with the Tories.
I mean, money runs our government, and our votes don't. So unless you can buy influence over your politicians, you're shit out of luck.
Atsu Persalty 2182 says, that's an interesting poll at Sunhoney. Only 29% of Democrats are proud to be an American. That's a scary poll.
Yeah. I mean, we should be focusing on trying to get money out of politics, so you can't buy influence over our politicians.
Fry says, it's all a clown show. It will never get better for us slaves that pay taxes.
Yeah. I mean, once you get people that can't be influenced by special interest groups, you know, then maybe you've got a chance of making a real change.
Hello at Super Salty 2182.
Hey, Super Salty, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So yeah, I mean, as long as you can buy a politician, you know, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change at that point.
But I can't stand that Tucker Carlson guy. What a numbnutty is, LOL, and his laugh is so annoying.
Yeah. I haven't watched him in a while. I've heard he's a little bit in deep shit. I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems like the right has turned on him. I don't know.
T 2182 says, hello Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I heard he did something, but I didn't hear exactly what he did. And now that even the Republicans don't like him anymore, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what he did or...
James Bond says, cheers at Super Salty 2182. Telescope Production Services says, I'm a technically Green Party, but I live in Maryland and I don't have open primaries. So, I had to switch to vote for Bernie. I'm not exactly happy with the Green Party either.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it sucks, you know. I mean, libertarian, I don't know if that's the same thing as the Green Party, if that's what you mean. I mean, I always think there's Democrats, Libertarians, and Republicans.
Frankie says, it's slow to act, heavily influenced by money and lobbying, and very divided politically. That division can make it hard to pass laws or agree on big national issues, even when a lot of people want new.
Yeah. You know, so I don't know if the Green Party is the same as the Libertarian Party. If it's different, if the the Green Party,
James
then they're
Bond
really
says,
small.
At Telescope Production Services, the problem is money is a great motivator. I have witnessed local politicians taking suitcases full of cash from certain communities. Look up Turkish barbers.
Yeah. Greed is the ultimate enemy.
Frankie says, at Fry TV back in Fond du Lac.
Yeah. Yeah. The job that we were at last night when we dropped the equipment off, I got to drop the trailer off and then I've got to head to the asphalt plant.
James Bond says, basically Albanian mafia uses the proceeds of drug deals to open Turkish barber shops. They use them to launder the money.
Yeah, it figures. Car washes, anything that's a cash-based system is great for laundering money.
At Night It says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
The sad thing is we all know and understand what the problems are with our government, but nobody can come up with a solution on how to fix it. Because you need the government to self-regulate themselves, and they're not going to do it.
James Bond says, Tucker is a communist, he's in bed with Putin, that's why they don't trust him anymore. I suspect as it was weird. Putin giving him a personal interview that never happened in the past with US media.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't watch a lot of political news anymore. I don't have time.
182 says, everything you want Telescope can be accomplished through hard work and dedication. Or you can wait for socialism and pray enough people are willing to keep working to pay for it.
That's true.
Telescope Production Services says, I'm a left libertarian based on the political quadrant test.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if the Green Party is libertarian or if that's a separate party. If it is a separate party, I have never even really heard of them.
I'm further left than the rest of the trolls.
So then that really sucks because that means they really don't have a lot of support in Washington. Because I've heard of libertarians, I've never heard of a Green Party. Or maybe that's just another name for libertarian.
More so, socialist and social democrat.
Yeah.
On Midway says, hi there.
Hello. Welcome in.
James Bond says, yet and the worst thing is the police and government know what's going on but turn a blind eye to what's going on, and the kids are suffering in the UK. No life as they are scared to go outside to play.
Hey, thanks for defining that. Green Party is left libertarian. What would right libertarian be? Is that the red party? Well, no. So there's red, blue, green.
T 2182 says, is this channel swinging left?
No. But we are we're not an echo chamber, so we don't mind having conversations with people from the left.
Production Services says, Green Party is left libertarian.
Gotcha. So Yellow Party is right libertarian? I don't know. I'm just wondering. No, but we are about letting anybody speak.
2763 says, "Hi there."
You know, as long as people can keep it respectful and have a adult conversation about the topic, we'll let anybody speak. You know, left, right, you know, doesn't matter.
Do you like driving?
I don't know. I mean, out of all the things I could be doing to make money, I mean, I do enjoy it as a job.
Telescope Production Services says, "Right libertarian is regular libertarian."
Gotcha. I mean, if I could find something else to do that was a little bit more, use my brain power instead of my brawn, you know, physically driving, whatever, I'd enjoy it. But at this stage of my life, I'm not sure I could get into some type of career that would make me the kind of money that I make doing this, and would flex my brain power more. You know, I like to troubleshoot and problem solve. And
At Dostoevsky 2763 says, "Are working by yourself or under a company?"
I work for a company. I work for an asphalt company, and that's what we look like right now. We got the trailer, we don't have the equipment on us.
Frankie says, "At Dostoevsky 2763 for a company."
Yep. Yeah, it's hard to be an owner-operator these days. I mean, with the fuel costs, and, you know, it's just, you know, there's a lot of owner-operators that I actually make more in a week than they make, you know. So, I don't know.
At Dostoevsky 2763 says, "Is this kind of dispatcher company?"
No, we're like I said, we're an asphalt company, so the owner actually runs it. He's the one that runs the paver, you know, bids the jobs. You know, we're only a 2-truck company, nothing, but we're growing. I mean, we've got we finally have upgraded to a brand new paver, brand new skid steer. The boss is actually looking for a brand new truck to replace the one I'm driving right now. I mean, actively looking, like asking me questions. Is this a good truck? Is that a good truck? So, I mean, you know. So we're ever expanding. We are always expanding. All right, I got to drop the trailer off real quick. I'll be right back. You guys keep the truck warm, or cold, or however you like it.
At Dostoevsky 2763 says, "I actually interesting to be a dispatcher nowadays, and I want to learn something about it. Do you know anything how to find truck driver at this job?" Frankie says, "Would it be a pain in the $$ to reset everything, your soundboard, etc.?" James Bond says, Flip is self-employed owner-operator. Trust me, he's not earning much after paying his bills. Lucky to get $500 a week after fuel, taxes and maintenance costs, but he has no choice.
Okay, off to the asphalt plant. Oh. Eden plant. Okay, 22 minutes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Frankie says, won't it be a pain in the arse 3 to uninstall the soundboard and everything if you get new truck?
It'll be what it'll be, but I mean a lot of this is all suction cupped. A lot of this is just in cubby holes. It'll just be, I'll have to figure out how to transfer it over. It just is what it is. I mean, most of it is, you know, the Wi-Fi antenna is on a mag mount, so that'll just stick to the roof. A lot of this is all on suction cups. Really, the stream deck is the only thing that's screwed into the truck. That and the laptop tablet, or the laptop mount. But you know, if I were to get it in a new truck, I'd remove the driver's seat. I'd make a custom plate to sandwich between the seat and the floor, so I don't have to drill holes through the floor for it. It'll take a little bit of fucking around, but even if we get a brand new truck, it ain't gonna be ready like the first day we get it, depending on where he gets it from. We're gonna have to get stickers put on it because legally you can't run it without your stickers. The truck that we're looking at is gonna probably need a hitch installed and air lines to pull the trailer. So I'll have a little bit of time. Yeah.
Frankie says, I didn't see the mount, can I see it?
Sure, not, we're not gonna do it while I'm driving. We got about 18 minutes to the asphalt plant, and I'll pull out the other camera and I can show it to you guys. So we'll do it that way. So you just gotta stick in there for 18 minutes.
Sheila says, don't trucks come with airline size?
They come with airlines, but they don't always come with airline hookups for trailers. A lot of, if you don't option to have them installed when you're having the dump truck made, you know, the connections are going to be up under the cab, but somebody has to run the airlines all the way to the back and install the fittings that you connect to. So, yeah, the plumbing is there, it's just not always run all the way to the back. And the connectors aren't hooked up. So it's just a matter of making the truck compatible. Especially if you don't have a hitch on the back, why would you run airlines to the back? There's no reason if you don't have a hitch. So, it saves money. Should have went. I still should go. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna go into the middle. Could have moved over, buddy. Thanks for not being a good driver. Let's go. Come on, go, go, go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Fugitive Viewer says, gotcha. So it's your task to run lines to the back of it, or pay someone to do it. So
probably pay somebody to do it. You know, I'll fix the things. You know, I don't know. Maybe it'll be my task. Normally I fix the things that break down on the job site to keep us going. But I also have a life too, you know. I mean, I'm out here working anywhere from, you know, 6 to 12-hour days. You know, depends on the day.
James Bond says, engage boobs.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, a lot of times if it's going to be a big in detail project that's going to take multiple hours, you know, it's just simpler to take it over to a shop and let them do it.
Here, LOL.
Yeah. So, would I be capable of doing it? Yes. Could I do it could I do it? Yes. No problem. Definitely not an issue. You know, it's more of is it fair for me not to ever have a day off because all I'm ever doing is working on this shit? You know? So yeah, if it's going to be a major project that's going to take multiple hours to do, we usually will send it in. If it's time critical because it's broken down and we've got hot asphalt, you know, getting cold in the trucks and we just need to get this shit fixed so that we can keep running with our day, I'll fix it, you know. So I guess that's kind of how it works. If I didn't drive for the company and I took just a mechanical, you know, a repair job, then yeah, it would be my job. But I already carry enough of the weight for the company. So no, we would take it in.
Morning, Eric.
Morning, Peppermint. Welcome in. You know, there's going to be some fabrication involved. You gotta cut a.
Says, my dad's friend has a Suzuki SV650R.
Gotcha. I mean, you gotta make a custom plate, metal plate to bolt the hitch to. Then you gotta weld that to the frame. You gotta make custom brackets for the airline fittings to connect to hold the glad hands. So it's fabrication and welding.
James
basically.
Bond says, at Clara Bailey, hello. At TerraClock 8589 says, good morning Eric, how do you know where you're going each day? Does your boss just text you?
Yeah, we've got a group text that all the guys are in, and he just kind of he messages us usually the night before, and just sits here and says, okay, this is the address to the job, be there, you know, at 8:30. He seems to like 8:30. You know, 8:30 is pretty regular. That, you know, we're supposed to be at the job site by 8:30. But depending on where the job site is, you know, sometimes that means I'm leaving at 6:30.
At Clara Bailey, can I call you Peppermint too? James Bond says, morning Tara, good to see you.
I definitely got these roundabouts handled.
At Tara Clock 8589 says, morning Chris.
Morning. I like that you're coming more out of the woodwork there, Tara. I know you're busy. You just like to listen while you're doing other things, but it's nice to see you in the chat.
Good morning, Eric, Chris, Tara, Clara. Great to see you all. I had a late one last night hanging out with the Vicks.
Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I wish I could spend more time with the Vicks, but usually by the time they start streaming, I'm like ready to go to bed and try to get some sleep. And then if
James Bond says, at Terra Clock 8589, cheers, it's 2:23 p.m. here.
And if I end up watching them, then I get roped into staying up later than I want to stay, and I don't sleep enough. So that's the only reason you don't see me in there very often.
At Sweets Things, hello, hope you have a good day, Kimberly. Hope Coco the cat is doing good too, Kimberly. Peppermint says, good morning Frankie, yes you can call me Peppermint, it's one of my CB handles, yes you can. Frankie says, Eric, I have 2 appointments today.
Okay. Hopefully it's not for anything serious.
Okay, Peppermint. At Sweets Things says, the Vicks are late for me too. Thanks at Clara Bailey for hanging out with us last night.
Yeah, but see, the nice thing for you is, you know, my understanding is you're retired, so you can kind of get up whenever the hell you want to get up. You know, you don't really, or you can take a nap in the afternoon.
At 8589 says, as my business grows, I'm slowly delegating responsible to my girls. Today is delivery day for my meal prep side of my business. I now have my 3 girls make all deliveries.
Yep. See, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to help my boss deal with, is delegating. He carries way too much of the weight of the company, and I'm glad I can help him take some of the weight off.
Good morning, Chris.
But he definitely needs to learn to delegate more. You know, because the worst thing that could happen to us right now is for him to get burnt out from overdoing it.
James Bond says, cheers Clara, afternoon here now, LOL.
You know, that's the hardest thing for a business owner to do, is to delegate, because
he says, first one is orthotics and the second is for my eyes.
Gotcha. The hardest thing to do is to delegate, because you're the one that you know, is going to do it the best in a sense, because you've got the desire more so than anybody else to succeed.
You'll get them to be entrepreneurs at a young age.
You know, so you're going to push a little harder to get that sale. You're gonna go that extra mile to make sure everything's perfect. You know, it's trying to find people that you can have faith in that are going to do it.
I'm dedicated to my birds. Today makes 486 consecutive days of streaming.
If I didn't hit the brakes, I would have just wiped out that bird. I had a bird just fly across the front of my truck. Had I not...
At Terra Clock 8589 says, I don't have children, Chris. When I say my girls, I'm referring to the girls who work for me.
Yeah. Well, there goes Glenny with his load of asphalt. I don't know why he's going that way, but okay.
Frankie says, at Sweets Things 486.
Well, I'm glad you're over by the Vicks there, Peppermint.
James Bond says, my uncle has been running a business by himself since 1976 LOL, saying that I will admit he has had 3 heart attacks LOL.
Yeah.
LOL, I got confused.
I think it's funny. Glenn was supposed to be at the job site at 8:30, and we just saw him over here by the plant. So he's going to be a little late. Surprise, surprise!
At Sweets thinks yeah, I'm going to get hanging baskets too. Has got the jackdaw birds that come for food each day.
Surprise, surprise! Glenn's going to be late to the job site.
Says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I mean, I had to go to the job site, drop off the trailer, get to the asphalt plant, and I'm supposed to be back to the job site by 9-ish. And I'm pretty much right on time.
At Sweets Thing says, at Chris Ayers 007 you should. The birds are such a joy to watch.
All he had to do was be to the plant and then be to the job site by 8:30. He can't seem to get that right.
Frankie says, how far are we from me seeing the mound?
3 minutes.
James Bond says, at Sweets thinks yes 100%.
The problem is that everybody that pretty much works here understands, you know, and they don't fear repercussions. That the boss
Roderick says, heads up, new drop. Solve this math challenge in chat to win. 2 + 9 =?
Pretty much knows that they're not going to lose their job unless they do something majorly wrong. So there's no real consequence for being late. You know.
James Bond says, Glenn needs to keep his perfect record of being tardy every day. LOL.
Yeah, no shit.
says 11.
Yeah, I think that only works if you're on kick. So I don't know if I've got to turn that off. But Chris,
James Bond says 11.
yeah, I don't know. I think that only works if you're on kick, like I said. But Chris, if you want to drop that code that Fry was dropping yesterday, we can do a drop on YouTube for everybody, so everybody can participate in getting that drop. All right, let me wash down the box real quick, and then I'll set up the
James
camera.
Bond says, I'm always late too, but I've got like a mental health illness, depression, so that's my excuse card, haha.
Yeah. I'm going to, no, it's not points drop. It's actually, let me see.
Frankie says, haha, MR Bond.
It's apostrophe P drops start. Here, I'll do it real quick. I'll do the drop this time, but this is the code for it. Let me here's the code. So this does the drop. I'm gonna wash the box real
Peppermint
quick,
says,
and then I'll show them
yes,
out.
I got my shower and getting coffee, 6:34 here now, Eric. Frankie says, can I see Mound? James Bond says, I was sort of right, LOL. Frankie says, lol.
So yeah, that's the code to initiate the drop for the points, and then I'll show you guys the mount real quick. Okay, so here's the laptop. Here's the mount. It's a spring mount, kind of like a cell phone holder. It just kind of grabs onto it. Then you've got.
That Sweets Thing says, I will be back in a bit. I have to get my birds cleaned up and set up to go live.
Then you've got an adjustment arm, and then this pole here goes down to a plate that's on the floor, which my lunchbox is covering, that just basically bolts to the floor. So that's the laptop mount.
Frankie says,
So-
IGTG in a sec after I see the mount, I'll be back later.
Yep. So that is the mount. Alright, we gotta go get loaded.
James Bond says, okay at Sweets thing, see you soon.
Alright. We're loading off of Silo 1.
James Bond says, gamble all Choctaws hopes and dreams away, LOL.
Well, I'm working on, there's supposedly going to be some integrations I can do that you'll be able to spend those points on stuff.
What's going on there, about 20 ton? Or?
Yeah, if the boss called it in, I don't know how many ton he called for the day, but yeah, I took about 20 and a half, so.
Oh yeah, he's looking for 45 is what he told me yesterday, I believe. So,
Peppermint
I think we can get
says,
her all-
I'm figuring out.
Alright, 10-4. Yeah, so we're gonna have to come back for a third load anyways, so I guess however you want to divvy it up.
James Bond says, nice day in Paris, France today. 113 degrees today, I kid you not.
So hopefully that answered your question about the mount. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm actually kind of proud of it. The company that makes it is called Ram. ram mounts. They're very popular for making different mounting setups. But they wanted, for a dump truck, they wanted $550 for that, basically that mount. It had a special attachment to go underneath the seat, so you wouldn't have had to bolt to the floor, but I was able to pick up the part that holds the laptop for about $35, I think, whatever. And then the actual arm with the...
James Bond says, it's 100 here, so got 3 fans on now.
Gotcha. The arm with the pole that bolts to the floor, I was able to pick that up for 60 and change. So all in all, I basically got the same functionality from, and it is actually Ram mount brand. I was able to buy the laptop part on the used market from eBay. And then the actual pole was open box. And I got it all for about $100. So.
Actglen6003 says, hey Eric and everyone in the chat.
Hey, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. So yeah, I don't have the special plate that bolts underneath the seat, but I already talked to my buddy who's got a fabrication shop, and if we do move into a new truck
James Bond says, hello Derek, good to see you.
Where we don't want to drill through the floor to mount it, we'll make a plate that goes underneath the seat, just out of a piece of steel, and drill, a couple holes. So that way we won't have to drill into the floor on the next truck. But
Actglen6003 says, hey Chris Tsai.
But I think I did pretty good to get a really good top quality laptop mount for $100.
James Bond says, $95 in total is a bargain.
I think with shipping and tax, it literally came to like right about 100.
Actglen6003 cheers. Lane Rodriguez F1L says, are you loaded yet? How many loads?
We're loaded, and it sounds like it's a total of 3. So we'll only be taking 1 load, because they'll send the other truck back for the second load. So
Peppermint says, I have to get my morning Eric fix.
So yeah, no, we're he said it was only an order of like 45 ton, and we've got most of that already out between me and Glenn. That's 40 ton right there. So we basically got 5 tons sitting to be picked up. So we should be good. So they'll unload Glenn first, they'll unload me second, and Glenn will have to go back and get that last 5 ton plus whatever extra we end up needing. Which also means that today will probably be a pretty short day. Win-win. I like short days.
Lane Rodriguez F1L says, but really are y'all doing another job after this job site?
We might take the equipment over there, and they might do some grading. Especially with it being such an it'll probably be a pretty early day. We'll probably at least get started on that. Never know until the job of today is done, but my instincts tell me that we will probably be going and at least taking the equipment to the next job, start grading it or something.
Rodriguez F1L says, "Oh really, are y'all hauling something tomorrow?"
Oh, I don't know. It depends on the job. Once I find out what the job is for tomorrow, you know, we might be doing a tear out. We might just be grading and laying. You know.
Dostoevsky 2763 says, "I actually interesting to be a dispatcher nowadays and I want to learn something about it. Do you know anything how to find truck driver of this job?"
I'd talk to Trucker G. He's doing that right now. He transitioned from being a truck driver that did online content to being a dispatcher.
6003 says, "Wish I could do a short day sometimes."
Yeah. You know, I definitely look up Trucker G. He's got a YouTube channel. I believe it's just Trucker G. Maybe reach out to him, see how his transition from being a truck driver
James
to a dispatcher worked out.
The boss will find you something else to do, Eric, LOL.
You know, it all depends. He doesn't always do that. Like I said, he doesn't want to burn his guys out. So there's a lot of companies that'll work 12-hour days every single day. They'll finish one job, they'll start another, and their guys just get burnt out. And then
Peppermint says, "Dust, I am ODR driver. Are you looking to drive?"
no, it sounds like he just wants to get into dispatching.
James Bond says, "Actclean 6003, I've only ever had one short day at work and that was when the electricity to the town literally cut off so we could not function and take any payments. LOL."
Yeah. No, I definitely like my short days because, you know, the boss, like I said, the boss pays us by the day. So, you know, if we get a short day.
2763 says, "I actually interesting to be a dispatcher nowadays and I want to learn something about it. Do you know anything how to find truck driver of this job?"
Nope, never really dealt with dispatchers, never really, that's more of a long haul type thing. I mean, I guess when I had my dump truck company, I was working through a dispatcher for that, but that was a different type of industry. That wasn't the same as a normal dispatcher. You know, you have to have the contracts. You know, you gotta have the work for the truck before you can start dispatching with that kind of in the dump truck industry. So you gotta have an in with some company that's going to call you looking for trucks. You know. Ooh, I smoked them brakes
James
coming down
Bond
that hill.
says, "I need to get a proper job. 1,400 British pounds a month is no bueno as prices here in the UK have gone way up. 1,400 British pounds is around $1,750 in US money, so not much."
Yeah, that's kind of rough, brother. My brakes stink. I was a little hard on them coming down that hill. Beaver Dam. Who could be calling me from Beaver Dam? Hello? Yeah, we're already done with that job. But I appreciate you calling me back. right, well, thank you very much, sir. Hi, bye-bye.
Dostoevsky 2763 says, sorry for the 2 times same message.
Don't worry about it. But don't let it be a third. We'll lock you up.
Dispatch job book of companies like JB Hunt or big companies I go through brokers.
I'm just teasing. We won't lock you up, but
James Bond says, luckily I get 25% off food at the supermarket, so that helps.
well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I always suggest that people try to find a job that requires the minimal amount of effort with the maximum amount of money out. You know? Like I said, you know, this job.
Eric, is it legal to drive and use the phone at same time in your state? In the UK, if I did that, I would be in deep doo LOL.
Technically, no. That's why I've got the headset. You know. It would have been okay if I would have put it on speakerphone, but being on the live, I didn't know what the call was going to be, so I took it. But shh, don't tell anybody. Not that you guys actually know exactly where I am, because it's not really updating accurately on my location. So it's not like you guys can call the Eden Police Department and say, hey, Eric was over here on the cell phone. Here, I got video proof. Because I may not actually be in Eden. So it would be hard for them to prove where the hell was he actually. But yeah, no, technically I'm not supposed to. But I would have had to turn the headset on and put it on my head, and I figured it was gonna be a spam call. I figured I was gonna be like just listening to it, and they were gonna be like, we've got great news. You qualify for a 73% discount on your windows for your house at blah 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 blah.
Says, LOL, luckily USA is not a police state like the UK.
Yeah. I figured, like I said, I figured it was going to be a spam call. I don't actually get normal calls, but so I figured I was just going to be listening and I was just going to hang up on the call. I didn't actually anticipate actually talking to somebody. So that was part of it too, you know. They should be required to wash those tanks.
James Bond says, I use a Bluetooth headset so I can call and drive at same time as here they are shit hot on using the phone and driving.
Yeah.
It's 6 points and a 1,000 British pounds fine if caught.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think it's that severe for us. I think it's a ticket, and that's about it. Kind of like a seatbelt ticket. But like I said, I kind of figured it was just a matter of I was going to hear some type of teleprompt thing and I was just going to hang up on it and be like, spam call. If I really thought it was somebody that I was going to be talking to, it would have been different. There was a guy I called a couple of days ago about material, about buying some gravel. He was just finally listening to his voicemails, and it's like, well, yeah, we've already finished that job, so now it's like not even really useful.
James Bond says, the worst thing I see on US roads on other truckers' live streams is guys driving the truck with their feet up on the dashboard whilst playing on their phones. Totally crazy stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to do this as safe as possible. I mean, I've got screens, but I'm not really monitoring them. I'm more peripherally than monitoring them.
It says, hand-free is legal.
Yeah. I mean, they're up there, I may glance at them just to see if the screen didn't go black, but I'm not like staring at them, I'm not sitting here going like this and, not paying attention to the road. It's more in my peripheral. It's more in my peripheral, so if I notice it, I can be like, oh, yeah, my stream's down or something like that, But with the TTS, I don't even have to monitor chat. So, I'm not trying to read text on a screen. So, I mean, this is about as hands-free as you can get.
Says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yes, we must do what the AI overlord tells us to do. Hit that like, subscribe, share the channel out. Don't forget to hit the hearts. Not that I know what the hell that does, but hey, it can't be bad.
James Bond says, cool Eric and yet we got you for a misdemeanor, haha.
Ah ha ha. Ah well. Try to prove it in court. Figure out exactly which municipality I was in at the time. Go ahead, report it, send them the video, and we'll see how it turns out. I'm pretty sure they're not going to give a shit. But there'd be an excuse for you to come to the United States because you'd have to testify. Because you're the person lodging the complaint. Let me know how that works out for you. Oh man, I can't wait till they fix my turbo. Just not having low end power on the low RPM side is just kind of really annoying. It's fucking up my driving style. I'm used to putting it into a certain gear and just going, and now it's like I put it in that gear and it's like, okay, are we gonna go, or are we gonna go? Come on, fuck, I got a downshift. Okay, let's go, you know. It's very, very annoying. And before you whine about the fact that that sign said that we're on a 10-ton limited road, we can legally go on a road that's limited to a certain weight if it's the only way to get to the job site. You know, because a lot of them are just arbitrary, no trucking roads or whatever. And this is the only road that takes us to the road that we're working on. So ha! I'm not out here
James
just breaking the law.
My exhaust has started rattling on my old Ford LOL. First thing to ever go wrong. Guessing heat shield is loose.
Yeah, I had that happen on my Mitsubishi. I ended up taking 2 really big hose clamps and strapping them together to kind of suck it back together. It's worked pretty good. I think I fixed it one other time too, but yeah. It's worked pretty good. It don't rattle no more. The little spot welds where they had it welded together just from the vibration just worked their way loose and broke their welds. So I just clamped it back to the pipe where the welds were. So it's still got the air gap around the catalytic converter. It just doesn't rattle anymore. Yeah, it was just it was a temporary fix that kind of became a permanent fix because I was on the.
James Bond says, "Yep, good idea."
I was out of town at the moment, and I wasn't in town, and I needed to fix it because it was driving me frickin' batshit crazy, and yeah, so I
That Mitsubishi Mirage has same engine from the old Cole. They go on forever timing chain engine, I think.
Yeah. So I kind of just fixed it, and it's not been a problem since, so I just haven't really touched it again. It's just kind of been the solution. I'm going to clean that window real quick for you guys. Sorry, I forgot I took the microphone with me. Here, I'll put the microphone back inside so you guys can hear yourselves.
Peppermint says, "It's just like my gun permit. All states are different in laws. As long as I have open permit, I'm good."
There you go. Windows are clean. Oh. Suppose we can see if our backup camera wants to work today. It should. Now that we're not in the city by a whole bunch of apartment complexes. I have a good feeling it's going to work. Although maybe I need to change the Wi-Fi settings back, because I did make some changes trying to make it work. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay, camera activated. Let's see if it wants to work today. There's no excuses for it not to work, as it only wasn't working, or should have only not been working, because of interference. So okay, it says it's connected. Let's see if it still works outside the truck. Okay, here's the test. James Bond says, and I got out with the microphone so I didn't hear it. Let's see. Alright, we got an image. We'll have to wait for something to come by. Connection closed. It says it's connecting. Let's see if the image comes back. We're testing right now. I wonder if I damaged the outside antenna by chance. Hey, talking hands. Wonder if I accidentally broke the antenna on a tree bush or something.
At Talking Hands says, "Good morning, everyone."
Good morning. Let me, yeah, failed to reconnect. We'll switch back to the normal camera for right now. I'll investigate the problem. We'll see, I'm gonna set some settings back to the way they were before I started fucking with them on the router. Max power, blah, 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 change. Yeah, it doesn't like the channel. Do we have an auto? We'll set this back to auto. Hit apply. I'm gonna probably lose the front camera for a second. Not sure. It'll be back in a second. Or it should be back in a second. I mean, I'm still here. We're just trying to reconnect the DGIs.
James Bond says, at Talking Hands, good morning, good to see you.
Let's see, new one. Let's stop live. Start live. Okay, so we got that one back. Let's see what's going on with the old one. Stop. Start.
At Paralysis Belisol says, the problem is with the DJI's Wi-Fi connection. I now have the auto IP and Wi-Fi remember functions that I implemented.
Well, we've been able to connect his backup camera before, so I don't know if and usually I had pretty good success from getting away from the truck with the antenna mounted on the roof. So I don't know if I caught the antenna with a tree limb or if the Wi-Fi chips are just getting weak. But I can connect to it if I bring it closer, but I've lost range.
Peppermint says,
That seems
as
to be
long
the-
as in open concealed permit, I concealed permits, I just can't hide, it has to be in open.
Yeah, I've lost distance. Because like I connect it when I'm in the truck and it works fine. It's when I go to put it outside, I've lost range on my Wi-Fi. So I'm not sure why I'm having a range problem. I mean, I did turn the power up to max power. We were working just fine on high. Maybe I just need to turn it back to
At
high.
Paralysis Belisol says, but you need to point to the RTMP IP address of your Moblin server.
Yeah, no, like I said, if I bring that camera inside the truck, it'll work fine. It'll literally, I mean, it's literally just a distance problem. I mean, here it is in the camera, and boom, it automatically just connected.
Peppermint said, it is not legal to carry gun in big truck, but they say I'm okay with my permit as long as open.
So, I mean, as I said, it works fine. All the settings are set up. It's just a matter of, I've lost range. I used to be able to put this outside on the back side of the truck, and now I'm having a range problem. I'm not getting the range I used to get.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey okay.
So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. So like I said, definitely not a settings problem in the aspect of
Peppermint says,
connecting
what is
to...
hard, every state different laws.
Not a settings problem connecting to the Moblin. It's a and I just made a change to the Wi-Fi, so that's why that dropped out. It's definitely a I've lost my distance of range. So yeah, I don't know. What's he got you doing?
Gotta wait to see if he needs any more. He's gotta measure, so I back up out of the way.
Oh, because he ordered 45 tons, so there's still like 5 ton at the plant.
Oh.
You know, so I figured he was going to probably tell you to go wait at the plant. Ah, shit. Well, our wee boost antenna is going to get a taste of the trees. Hopefully nothing too crazy. But it's definitely gonna be touching some tree limbs. Hopefully my repair was good. So yeah, you know, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You know, I mean, the camera works, the settings work. It's just where I used to be able to place it on the truck, and I had a good signal and everything was working. I can't seem to keep a signal there anymore. So I don't know if I damaged the antenna or if the Wi-Fi connector is the Wi-Fi transmitter is not doing as well. Like it's getting, you know, transmitters always get weak. So when it's brand new, the transmitter is strong. As transmitters age, they lose power, especially if the antenna is cheap and it's not well gained. Hey David, give me a second to get my headset on. You're also on my live stream, just so you know. So be careful what you say, because I answered you on speakerphone. I'm actually dumping right now, so give me a second.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you don't care about being on my live stream, but let me get this load dumped real quick.
Yeah, not a problem. So who's with you, so I know?
What do you mean, who's with me?
Well, you said I'm live on the air, so who else is in that can hear?
Everybody on my YouTube channel.
Ah. Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know if you want to be on my live stream or not. That's up to you. I'll have to put you on my headset if you don't want to be.
I'd rather not be.
Okay, let me turn my headset on real quick. Give me a second. Okay, so you're just in my ear. They can hear me, but they can't hear you. Oh.
Peppermint says, I don't know.
Yeah. I know. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Yeah. 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 And was this in the quad or was this was in the 550? Oh, and wow. Of course, he always does. Yeah. Well, he would just change it into the other company. That's what he would do. He'd make a new DOT number in another company. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Well, we're going to be, the boss is actively looking for a new truck. So we'll have a spare truck. I don't know, you know. I don't know what to tell you, but possibly you could come work for us for those couple of days. Yeah. Well, that's all we really want. The third truck, we're gonna kind of retire the Volvo in a sense, but I believe you only got a automatic endorsement if I remember correctly. So, uh, yeah. So I mean, if we've got another driver that if it came time where we needed, we could throw him in this truck for those couple of days, and you could drive the Western Star. So that wouldn't be the end of the world. Um, Yeah. Yeah. Yep. No, I feel ya. Not that I'm aware of yet. I haven't heard that he has. But Kevin reached out to me a while ago and asked me if he had ever gotten paid. And I was like, so I reached out to him and he said he hadn't gotten paid. And that was a couple of weeks ago. And he's like, okay, well, I'll get on top of it. So, fuck if I know. He's definitely slow dicking him. He's lost all fucking, respect from that company. So it's like, and it just sucks because, he was willing to drop everything, work on the fucking weekend, and that was for me. So that looks badly on me, unfortunately, and it's affected my relationship with that mechanic too, because now, not going to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't paid him yet. It's stupid. He's gonna eventually have to pay him. The guy's gonna sue him. He's gonna win in court. He's gonna have to pay court fees. It's like, and it wasn't even like it was that much. It was a couple $1,000s. It's not like he was charging him, an absorbent amount of money. It's like, well, Jesus Christ, yeah. So it's like, why are you dicking this guy around? I don't remember seeing him. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and he blames it on the girls. He's like, well, I authorized them to make the payment, and they didn't make the payment. So it's like, well, then that's your responsibility to be like, well, why the fuck haven't you made the payment? It's still, you can't just pass the blame on to the girls, Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah, we've been consistently busy. Asphalt. All right, bye. Well, hopefully we're doing a double layer because shit, I've still got asphalt on me. Hello, welcome back. We got TTS back going.
Frankie says, I am back once again.
That was one of my co-workers when I was working over at a company.
James Bond says, welcome back at Frankie Flojo.
I was working for a company over this winter that's a landscaping company that did snow plowing. And on our worst day, we're better than their best day. They are such a shit show. So the boss, he's got the money, you know, there's no excuse, but he neglects to pay people he owes money to, and it's like, well, what the fuck? It's like, this is just stupid. No, I'm doing my job. I'm not slacking.
Frankie says, how are ya, Eric?
I'm doing good. Oh, no! I was in a phone call.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, now you're slacking.
If you were here, I didn't know until I turned TTS back on. I was in a phone call. So that's not slacking. So, yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with this camera. I'll have to fuck around with this thing later.
Good morning, Clara.
And see if I can get the Wi-Fi working on it. Whether it's moved the antenna. Nothing much. We're just we're dumping asphalt. The backup camera doesn't seem to reach to the back of the truck
Frankie
anymore.
says, what did I miss?
Nothing much. Like I said, we're just seem to have Wi-Fi connection issues. We're not getting the range we used to. So.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, there it is. I gave you the pass for the phone call.
Yeah. Well, you didn't, because you were kind of already on me about it.
James Bond says, my favorite saying is, I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yep, Popeye. What was the character's name that did that, though? But it was from the Popeye series.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, the slacking came when you said hi to Frank right below my comment.
Yep. Yeah, so I'll have to try to figure out what's going on with the Wi-Fi.
Well, MR Bond, my fave saying is you are an idiot, ha 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 ha, the sounder.
You are an idiot! Yeah, people seem to like that one.
At Kroger John Bryant says, good morning everybody.
Good morning, Kroger. Good to see you.
James Bond says, morning Kroger GT.
Wimpy. Yeah, Wimpy was his name. Gotcha. There you go. Yeah, I don't know if we only ordered 45 ton. I'm not sure.
At Kroger John Bryant says, cheers Chris.
Not sure what the heck we're going to do here. Because I still got asphalt, and we're not going to use it all up, so I'm going to have to go dump. They're going to have to load the trailer while I'm gone. Because it'll
James
be an...
Bond says, Wimpy, I think his name was LOL.
Yep, that's what it was. Because it's going to be an hour before I get back to hook up to the trailer.
At Kroger John Bryant. At Alarlalumi says, good morning, Eric.
That's nice. Nummy. Good morning.
Chris Howdy Gtsai. At Kroger John Bryant says, good morning, Aller. At Peace Love Sunshine says, you need to do the ooh after that sound effect.
I need to do the... Which one do I need to do? Oh, the oh no after that sound effect?
At Alarlalumi says, morning, Kroger.
So you're saying I need to do it like this? Oh no! So that's what you're saying I need to do.
James Bond says, at Alarlalumi's Jitsi. Frankie says, I saw a police car with lights on behind a truck and asphalt match in IDKY. The police were there, LOL.
Gotcha. What was I going to do here?
At Peace Love Sunshine says, have a good day everyone, I've procrastinated long enough.
Take care, peace, love, sunshine. Thank you for coming in like always. It's appreciated.
James Bond says, Eric, are you looking forward to the next Indiana Jones movie? Indiana Jones and the Care Home of Doom, haha.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about what it would be.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, yes, that's it.
Yeah. Oh.
See you all later.
See ya. Take care. Have fun. Don't do anything I would do.
Peppermint says, is the phone working now?
The phone is working, but the backup camera isn't. I'll have to do some testing tonight when I shut down the stream and try moving the antenna maybe.
Alain Rodriguez F1L says, so what are doing now?
I am watching them in the mirror to see if they're going to need me to back up to dump a little bit more asphalt. But otherwise, it looks like I'm going to be dumping some of this off. So I'll be going.
At Kroger, John Bryant says, "Good morning, Clara."
So I'll be going back to an asphalt plant to dump this.
James Bond says, I still can't believe Harrison Ford is like 85 years old and still flying his own plane. Dude is not safe to be flying at that age.
Yeah.
LOL at Frankie Flo Joe. Sadly, I'm not even joking. He is going to make yet another Indiana Jones movie. Lord help us, haha.
Is he really? I thought you were being sarcastic. I mean, I like him as an actor. I mean, I'll watch it. I'll wait till it comes on, where I can watch it for free. I'm not gonna probably go to the movie
Fry
theater.
says, just got 500 more shares of Stellantis NV, STLA, at $610 at Chris Ayers 007.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I'm just literally waiting to find out if I'm dumping the rest of this or what I'm doing.
Peppermint says, okay, I'm unloaded my 3 pallets here going to I-15 going to California.
Oh, fun. Oh, no! Not California.
James Bond says, at Fry TV cool, hope you make a good profit. Peppermint says, good morning, Kroger.
Looks like they just had enough.
James Bond says, at Frankie Flo Joe. Peppermint says, not with it yet, Kroger LOL. Fry says, it's a bad stock right now, so it's a long for me at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, okay, Fry. At Kroger, John Bryant says, okay, Clara. James Bond says, they can use AI CGI to de-age Harrison Ford and will use a stuntman to do all the running in the next movie, so that can work, LOL.
Yeah, it's sad.
Frankie says, I am eating French toast at noon, LOL.
It's sad when actors start to get to that point where it's like they're trying to get the last money they're gonna get. Kind of like how Bruce Willis did before his dementia or whatever got really bad. He was like
Peppermint says, okay.
He was like literally in like every B-rate movie that you could possibly put him in at the very end. And it's like, oh, Bruce Willis, and then you'd watch it and it was like, ugh. It was bad.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, here is a good one for ya. Have you ever asked AI how a CPU was made in the 1980s? It's such unbelievable BS. Most people think the silicone chip was from 1947 Roswell UFO crash. At Lane Rodriguez F1L says, I bet you are going to another job soon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they grabbed a little bit more asphalt out of my box because I guess they were a little short. They pulled the skidster up and I dumped a little into the bucket, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Frankie says, who heard about Oliver Tree? James Bond says, basically AI was trying to tell me they had a large-scale drawing of the CPU and they used lasers in 1985 to map the circuits and then print them using microscopic tech. I mean, that sounds BS to me. Peppermint says, LOL, pray for me in California. I'm still in Idaho, be a few days.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, Bruce Willis in Sixth Sense was good, but that was like his last good movie. Die Hard, Armageddon and Fifth Element were brilliant movies, the best he did.
Yeah. I liked him in...
At Kroger, John Bryant says, Clara, I'll pray for you, my friend.
Even though it wasn't a big role, I liked him in the Expendables series, too. I kind of liked the Expendables. It was kind of fun to watch all the old action stars in one movie. It was kind of a cool idea.
Fry says, wish I would have put all my money in chip stock 7 months ago. At Chris Ayers 007, I would be set. James Bond says, on the CPU tech, if you look at a nanometer-sized CPU under a microscope, Eric, it's so complex it looks like the city of New York all on a CPU. It looks too complicated for a human to make.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure it's being built and designed with the help of computers. I don't think humans are really doing that anymore.
Peppermint says, it's still only 7:52 here.
Yeah, it's almost 10 here.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yummy too. Frankie says, how about The Office?
I never got into that show. I mean, I've heard a lot of people like it. I haven't sat down and watched it. I'm more into shows like I like watching The
James Bond
Expanse.
says, 12 Monkeys LOL, that was a good movie. Bruce did, very underrated.
Yeah, I like watching The Expanse. That was a good TV series. I like that the space dynamics of how they fly is a little bit more realistic versus like Star Trek or Star Wars.
James Bond says, yeah, but the main thing is, Eric, I think the tech for CPUs came from aliens because Britain invented the first computer. It was the size of a warehouse then. In the 1950s and 60s the tech shrank down?
That's definitely one working theory. I don't know enough about how they've designed stuff and where they came up with the ideas and stuff to really either refute it or whatever, but I've heard that theory. Lasers.
Frankie says, Spaceballs was a good movie too.
Yeah, Spaceballs 2 wasn't that good though. I think they waited too long. I don't know, it just wasn't as good.
Peppermint says, thank you, it's crazy there. James Bond says, then they are flying to the moon in 69 LOL, kidding on that one.
Yeah.
LOL at Clara Bailey. James Bond says, weird coincidence is the very first silicone chip came about via the US military in, guess what year, 1947 LOL, so that seems a bit of a coincidence, as same year Roswell happened.
Yummy.
Just keep the asphalt on you because we're going to Ripon and it's an overlay so we can use it out there.
All right. Be right back. Guess we're going to another job. That's the answer.
Frankie says, tree. James Bond says, okay Eric. Peppermint says, yes I get to play chicken with four-wheelers in California fun LOL.
Always.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, fun, fun, fun.
Frankie says, I remember on your first stream I watched you said Fond du Lac in deep and demonic voice LOL.
Okay. Alright, let's go flip around and hook up to this trailer. Gotta go find a spot to turn around.
Let's go.
I probably could have turned around there. So I guess we're doing an overlay and ripping. So I don't know.
James Bond says, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go all over ourselves. Let's go. go. It's funny how TTS tries to pronounce stuff. Let's go. All right, I gotta go hook up the trailer. I gotta hook up the trailer real quick. I'll be right
Peppermint
back.
says, Eric.
Yep, it's me.
Frankie says, let's go. Peppermint says, Eric sending my love.
Everybody's in a hurry to get the trailer going, and it's like I haven't hooked up the airlines yet. I gotta get the airlines hooked up before the trailer works.
Frankie says, let's go. Frankie says, WOAHH. I got 500 PDS, holy crap. James Bond says, congrats at Frankie Flojo. Frankie says, that's rare, isn't it? James Bond says, yeah at Frankie Flo Joe. Peppermint says, "Oh, first time playing." Peppermint says, "At least I made 50. Frankie says, "This is fun." Peppermint says, "Yes, I never played before." James Bond says, "At Clara Bailey." LOL. Peppermint says, "Oh oh." Frankie says, "Oh." This is fun. James Bond says, "LOL at Frankie Flojo." Frankie says, "Watch me mess up the I voice." James Bond says, LOL at Frankie Flojo. Frankie says, don't tell Eric I was causing problems with iVoice LOL. Peppermint says, yes if I wasn't a loser. James Bond says, LMAO at Frankie Flojo. At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Content? What content? You guys were just looking out a window. There was no content. Now I'm back. Now there's content. Oh. Now you guys got some content.
Nagujafita says, hey, mate, I enjoyed your stream and I noticed your channel has strong potential but needs a bigger audience to level up. I had some suggestions I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam your chat. Let's chat on Discord. Rickman Pro.
There you go, Fry. Lock them up. Lock them up. Lock them up.
Frankie says, Eric, I totally wasn't causing problems with the AI voice.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah.
Bodrick says, heads up, new drop. Solve this math challenge in chat to win. 6 equals?
Yeah, Botrix doesn't, that's only for kick. I gotta disable that.
Peppermint says, at.
Haha. Let's see, loyalty. I gotta go to profile.
Fry says, 10-4.
Gotta go to kick. Gotta go to loyalty, I think.
Frankie says, 36.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't work in here. Gotta figure out where the hell to turn that off.
James Bond says, AI voice won't read the foreign language, haha.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, oops. Frankie says, Eric, I did slots and I got the jackpot N500 PDS.
Awesome.
James Bond says, 36.
Let's see.
Nahujafita was banned from chat. James Bond says, HRC den Fachter Wansen, ein riesiges Dankeschön an euch all für die über 100 Likes für das Ride-Along Video. Wir lieben unser Misfits hier einfach unglaublich. Wirklich riesig. Peppermint says, I'm still okay.
Alright, we'll see if that gets rid of that.
Frankie says, da 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 da.
Why are you spamming the chat?
James Bond says, well done on the Wacka troll, Fry. Peppermint says, okay, glad you're back.
Hot. I don't like it when we do multiple
James
jobs
Bond
in a day.
says, LOL, it did say the Bobby line in German, ha.
Gotcha. I could set it up for different languages, but I think.
Peppermint says, give a break, loser, LOL.
I'm just waiting for the boss to get out of my way because I don't want to run somebody over. So I'm just waiting for them to pull out so I can get going.
Fry says, I got the bot on kick.
Thank you, Fry. Hopefully that math equation thing doesn't come up anymore. It doesn't give you any points. Hey, Fry, do you want to drop Fry or Chris? You guys want to drop the points drop for everybody? That way they can claim them. They can claim some free points. You have to type start after it. So it's apostrophe P drop and then the word start. There's a space. Unless that worked. But I think it's apostrophe P drop space start. Unless I only set it up for Fry. I don't know.
Fry says, I will do it.
Don't forget to fold your handle up.
James Bond says, it is not working for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I must have only added Fry and me. Sorry.
Frankie says, nice Raptor.
Yeah. It's nice to be the boss. He's always got the nice toys. Last couple of years he was running
James
around
Bond
in a...
says, it's drop start.
Yeah.
At Frankie Flojo, very expensive Raptor, the boss's car.
Yeah. He had a Chevy Tahoe before that.
Frankie says, at Chris Ayers 007, it's a boat. Peppermint says, yes, don't run the boss over.
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good thing to do.
Peppermint says, I was sending my love, Eric, you got busy.
Gotcha. Tight road.
James Bond says, it's a much more usable vehicle than a racing car. Imagine if Elisha bought a new Corvette or Mustang. It just would not be practical for the stuff he does, LOL.
He had a Camaro. But, you know, he still had the work vehicle too. I don't know, he got rid of the Camaro. I don't know why. But he did have one for a while. His father-in-law has one of those new Corvettes. I don't know what model of Corvette it is, if it's like the really fancy one or if it's just the base. I never really looked at it that close. I just saw he had it. Oh, this low end power not being here sucks.
James Bond says, yeah, good to have the racing car as like a weekend car, but for everyday use a pickup truck and the new Corvette is very fast.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've got another TTS that I'm going to try to set up on the tablet. Instead of the car stereo, so when I mute...
James Bond says, still though, if I had the cash I would buy one of those Dodge Demons as they beat a Tesla Model S Plaid on the quarter-mile drag race.
Yeah, but they only do that if you got the special tires on it and you put it in the special mode. You know, realistically, under normal driving, the Tesla's going to wipe it all day long.
At TerraClock 8589 says, does your boss know you live stream?
Yep. Yep, he knows I live stream. I mean, obviously, you know, when we have the backup camera working, it's sitting on the side of the truck and he's looking right at it. If anything, it's a safety issue. You know, one, if I were to get into an accident, we've got all of you guys as eyewitnesses if I fucked up or not, you know, so we got video proof. Two, it keeps me entertained and makes me happy, so he's good with anything that makes me happy. You know. And three, you can always check in on the stream to see if I'm dicking off, which I don't do, so... You know, more or less, just I wonder how far. Oh, he can track my phone. You know, he knows where I am. I've given him permission to be able to.
James Bond says, yeah, but you're not going to race the Tesla on the street as you would get caught by the cops. LOL. The Demon is way more fun.
You know, that's where the catch-22 is. Okay. The Tesla has quiet acceleration. You can have fun with that.
TerraClock 8589 says, oh, that's true. Didn't think about backup cam.
Yeah. You can have fun with the Tesla pretty much anywhere. You can punch it and it just fucking goes. But it doesn't draw a lot of attention. You know, it's not, you don't hear the loud exhaust and
Frankie
the engine
says,
roaring.
what does he think about it?
Doesn't seem to care. You know, doesn't think negatively of it. So you can have fun in the Tesla and you can experience the acceleration and have a load of fun, and it doesn't draw a lot of attention, so you don't get cops called on you all the time. Where you get something like the Demon and you start fucking around, and next thing you know, people are calling the cops because it makes so much noise and it's out there, you know. It's like, oh yeah, he's fucking whatever, you know. The Tesla, you can punch it anytime you want. Nobody really gives two shits, you know? So you can have fun with it without drawing undue attention to yourself. You know, and then on top of it, the Demon's only really good for straight line performance. Its handling sucks. It's good at a drag strip. That's about all the Demon's good for. You're never gonna drive one, you know, on like a rally course. They're just not built for that.
Omnitwagro says, do you reading comments from Kick?
I don't read them, but they come over my TTS, so I can hear them. So I can definitely hear my comments from Kick. Welcome in. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat from Kick.
James Bond says, yeah, but the loud exhaust noise is what's fun. Tesla is the car you take if you're going on a long road trip. The Demon is the fun car for weekend donut making in the Walmart car park. Haha.
Yeah. I disagree with the Tesla for long trips. The recharge, the having to recharge them just takes too long. And you have to go out of your way to get to a Tesla charger, and yeah, no.
Omnitwagro says, how is everything?
It's going pretty good. We're going to our second job of the day, unfortunately. Usually we just do one job a day, but otherwise it's going pretty good. So currently we look like...
Peppermint says, LOL.
This is what we look like. We got the equipment and the trailer and everything hooked up. So, yeah. So, yeah, Tesla's, you know, I don't know. I like to just get in my car, stop to get gas, drive another, you know, 300 and some miles. You know, Teslas, you gotta find a supercharger, which is not always right off the freeway. So you gotta go out of your way, and then, you know.
Peppermint says, makes me happy to hear it.
Then you gotta charge for, you know, at least, you know, a half an hour to 45 minutes. You know, that's all time that you could be driving. You know, it takes me a few minutes just to fill up the gas tank, and I'm gone.
Omnitwagro says, how old are you?
I am 50. I'm going to be 51 really soon. At least I think I am. 1975. So, and my birthday is coming up.
James Bond says, 30 minutes is all it takes to supercharge a new Tesla, Eric, then you're good for 450 miles.
It depends on what battery pack you got. Depends on how much range the car's set up for. You know, also depends on how busy the supercharger network is. If you end up, if you can only plug into...
Frankie says, did you see the guy who put V8 in Model S?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've also seen the guy that's hooked up a generator in the trunk to extend the range on a Tesla.
James Bond says, oh, I forgot to say I had one of those new electric lorries behind me this morning and it scared the shit out of me as it was very fast. Mercedes truck, the acceleration was as good as my little car.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you end up at a Tesla charging station, every other Tesla charger is actually linked as pairs. So if you end up having to share basically a Tesla charging post, so let's say you're over here, they're all being used, and you connect to another one, you're sharing power with somebody else, not the one directly next to you, but the one next to them. That's why you always want to try to leave a space blank, or you always want to, or I don't know. There was something like that. They were in pairs, so you always want to kind of alternate or something. If I owned a Tesla, I'd care more. But if you get two cars on that setup, and they're paired units, you'll cut your charging time in half. But I don't remember exactly what the details were, but it was something like you never want to park right next. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think if you have an open spot, you always want to try to go to one that's at least one spot apart, because the two that are next to each other will be on the same power lead. So if you park right next to another Tesla, you and that other Tesla are going to have half the amount of charging power. And that's why you always see them kind of spaced out as much as they can be. So optimally, you can charge in 30 minutes, but it also depends on the size of your battery pack. If you don't get a long range one, you're at like maybe 200 and some miles, you know. I mean, my sister has done that type of traveling, and I mean, if you only want to drive.
Buck 8589 says, I couldn't wait to charge my car when I want to go.
Yeah. That's me too, you know. When I'm traveling, I just want to stop at the gas pump, put in fuel, and go. I'm out of there in 5 minutes, and I'm back on the frickin' road. 10 at the most.
Well, I would just buy an EV and a gas car, best of both worlds. I would not buy any other electric cars. Tesla knows their shit. Nissan, MG, Renault, BYD, Xiaomi are no bueno.
Yeah. I've been watching the new what is it, the Charger or whatever, the Mopar EV. Unfortunately, they really missed the mark, you know, on their customer base. So those things are just dropping like a fucking lead balloon. If it gets low enough, I might consider it, because nobody's buying them. I mean, they're a cool looking car, but they were way too expensive, and nobody's buying them. If they keep dropping the way they're dropping, eventually I might buy one. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it as a surprise. I'll just be like, it's my birthday, you know. But it's coming up soon.
James Bond says, LOL, no Dodge Charger fan will buy an electric version, haha. Americans want a V8.
Yeah. Well, I'm just sitting here and saying if it gets to the point where it's financially reasonable to buy it over a Tesla, like they're...
Brad Boyle says, I had a client couple years ago with a hybrid Range Rover. It makes sense to have a hybrid, best of both worlds. I drove it. It went pretty good, but really touchy, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd only do it if it gets to like a really crazy, stupid price. You know, like it's like 20 grand for a brand new car, you know. Brand new electric car, and you can charge them at the Tesla superchargers.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, please don't buy a Range Rover, LOL, they are the most unreliable car in the UK. We are not good at making cars, haha.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% true right there. I mean, I keep my eye out for a Tesla. I've wanted a Tesla for a while too. So.
Terraclock 8589 says, I have a hybrid. I love my car.
Yeah. I've got a hybrid. You guys saw it on the street, that little Honda Insight. But it needs a new battery pack, and the one thing I've learned about it is that
James Bond says, at Terraclock 8589 I would not touch a hybrid, as if the hybrid system goes bang then the engine won't work.
well, mine actually will work with just the engine. It's underpowered at acceleration, at takeoff, because it doesn't make any low-end power, because it's completely reliant on the hybrid to get it moving.
Oil says, that Range Rover was $120,000 at the time, LOL.
Yeah. But, yeah, so, no, I need, the one thing I've learned about hybrids is that they're very finicky, If you change out the tires to a brand that isn't
James
what
Bond
came
says,
on that car.
We used to have a brand called Rover, and it was the worst piece of shit car ever made. The Rover 200 and Rover 75 would set itself on fire. Haha.
Yeah. If you change the tires to the wrong type of tires, you'll lose a whole bunch of range, and it'll add more drag, and then the hybrid system will try to work harder, and then you'll deplete the hybrid battery.
Oil says that Range Rover had two different engines in it, the combustion and the electric.
Yeah. So, they can be very finicky, especially just changing the tires. My Honda actually has indexed spark plugs, so that the little electrode.
After says, my viewers stream will come.
Lock up the bot fry. So that little hook on the bottom of a spark plug would point at a certain valve in the engine.
James Bond says, but you got the old hybrid car, Eric. The new ones won't let you drive if the hybrid system breaks.
Yeah. But, so they've got index spark plugs depending on how they drilled the head. So if you can get the right spark plug, it'll screw in, but if it doesn't point at the valve the way it's supposed to.
Oh, okay.
If it doesn't point at the valve like it's supposed to, then you lose gas mileage. They're just too finicky. That's why I like my Mitsubishi. It's just.
Knightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
It's just a simple CVT transmission and I think it's a 1.3, or maybe a 1-liter engine, whatever. There's no super extra complicated wizardry going on.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, only good Range Rover is the old one from like the 1970s with the V8 engine, but the V8 is a Buick engine. The car is basically US parts.
Yeah. So the Mitsubishi gets almost as good a range as a hybrid, and it doesn't have any of the headaches or problems. It's just a very simple design. It just works. Hybrids are great until they break. If you're gonna lease one, or if you change out cars every 5 years, then yeah, go ahead, grab one. But a used one, once it starts getting up in the miles, hard pass. I only bought mine because I wanted to tinker.
James Bond says, they only fit them to cars as part of this emissions BS, and they keep going on about climate change. Seriously, we have only had 2 weeks out of 10 months of hot weather. Where is this global warming?
Yeah.
Brett Boyle says, I like my 99 GM 4x4 truck. Best vehicle to work on, and people can actually work on them still. I do feel that humans are way behind in vehicle development though, whether electric, hydrogen, etc.
Yep. I'd like to go down south and replace my my 2006 with a new one. A newer, well, not newer, but one that doesn't have rust. Mine, unfortunately, is starting to rot away.
James Bond says, yet boring cheap little cars are usually the best. Honda Civic, Mitsubishi Colt or Mirage, Toyota Corolla, etc. just work.
Yep. The big thing that's going to change things is if they come out with a new battery technology. I mean, they're talking about this solar state or solid state battery, but I don't know if that's hoopla or what. But really, we just need a new innovation when it comes to battery technology. That's going to be the big thing that's going to make the big difference.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, hang on to that GM truck for dear life, as in the future they will try to ban people owning the old trucks and cars, as they don't want you fixing your own car. Peppermint says, I have 2021 GMC Terrain, but at least pay off.
Jesus Christ.
At Brett Boyle says, molten salt battery was supposed to change things considerably, but seems to have lost momentum and is quietly gone. A battery that improves with efficiency and storage capacity the more you use it.
Yeah. I mean, we've got batteries that would do it, you know. I mean, what, Voyager's got a nuclear powered one that's still kicking supposedly. You know, it's just what would happen if you got into an accident and you had a nuclear reactor battery or whatever, or a decaying I think it's a decaying nuclear material battery or whatever.
Peppermint says, mine is big car.
Yeah. I got big cars, I got little cars, you know. I'm looking for my weekend warrior car, just my fun convertible to go just sport around. Go up to the Dells, or go up to Door County and go to the Dells. Just go on little road trips here and there, top down. Listen to nature.
Peppermint says, I never owned a little car, don't know why.
I like them. They're, you know, to me they're like driving little go-karts, you know, they're kind of sporty.
James Bond says, Eric, is it okay to drop a link to a channel? He's a South African guy and he is like an expert on the old cars and trucks. His videos are really cool to watch.
I don't care.
At Stanchilka272 says, buy the Mustang.
Yeah, I don't know. Not sure if that Mustang is what I want. But I keep leaning towards a Mustang, unfortunately. Not that I want one. I want...
At Terracluck 8589 says, sorry, had to step out of chat. Yes, Chris, my hybrid is like Eric's. Don't rely on hybrid system. I just gas up and go.
Yeah.
James Bond says, okay, cheers, Eric.
Alright, time to unload everything.
At Stanchilka272, good to see you.
I'll be back. You guys know what to do. Keep the chat entertained.
At Terracluck 8589, cool. At Stanchilka272 says, I've had two. Loved them. James Bond says, okay, Eric. Peppermint says, I'm just used to big trucks and big cars all I drove. James Bond says, at Stanchilka272, the old Mustangs look best, the Mustang boss. At Stanchilka272 says, yes, Chris. Peppermint says, sounds fun road trip, yes, on go-karts, lol. James Bond says, "Cool Frankie." Peppermint says, "Mustang would be nice." James Bond says, "At Stanchilka 272 and the only Chevy I like is the 1970s Camaro when they were pushing 380 plus bhp." Peppermint says, "I really get in trouble then." At Stanchilka 272 says, "I had a 1967 red one and a much newer white one that was a convertible, had red leather seats." Frankie says, "What about a 1967 Chevy Impala?" Peppermint says, "Yes, I love old cars and trucks." James Bond says, "At Frankie Flo Joe nah not for me. I'm a Ford fan for most things, can't beat a good Mustang or if you got money a GT40. At Stanchilka 272 says, "Loved the old Camaro." James Bond says, at Stanchilka 272. Yeah, what made me fall in love with one was Cannonball Run movie. There's a scene where the lefty is giving a speech, then Cowboy and Camaro blows him away with the Camaro exhaust. At Stanchilka 272 says, yeah, haha. Peppermint says, oh oh. Peppermint says, 50. At Stanchilka 272 says, good luck. Peppermint says, I don't know what I'm doing with it. At Stanchilka 272 says, LOL. James Bond says, the gambling addiction is out of control LOL. At Stanchilka 272 says, haha. Love to gamble. Peppermint says, stay with slots. I just started today at Finn.
Fun, fun, fun. There we go.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, losing now.
That's okay. You'll win again. I have confidence. I have confidence you're going to win again.
At Eric 8589 says, hey Eric, could you please change my name to Chef Tara when you get a moment? Thank you.
I think I spelled it right. Give it a try.
Bot Rick says, heads up, new draw. Solve this math challenge and chat to win. 2 + 5 equals?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought I fixed that. I thought I had that fixed.
Peppermint says, okay. Chef Tara says, hey.
There you go. Chef Tara says, hey. Alright, let me see if I can figure out that stupid Botrix thing. Because it's not supposed to say shit anymore.
James Bond says, LOL, the AI overlord is not obeying you anymore, Eric, haha, it's gone rogue.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Chef Tara says, cool, thank you.
Not a problem. Now don't get mad if it is sometimes the app glitches and I gotta reset everybody's name or I have to redo them, so don't get upset if you come in here and it's not right.
At Jamazoing 2022 says, I went to Taco Bell, LOL. James Bond says, at Jamasuing 2022 cool. At Jamasuing 2022 says, Mexican pizza pretty good. Peppermint says, okay, I lose, I take a break.
Yeah.
Slots. At Stanchilka 272 says, 50 points. James Bond says, we do have Taco Bell in the UK but not many, and even Tim Hortons and Five Guys too. Peppermint says, oops. Hardland Trucking says, slacker, LOL.
Yep. Always.
At Stanchilka 272 says, Peppermint, we just can't gamble. Peppermint says, MMMO good food. James Bond says, why's there no fish and chips shops in the USA? That's what always puzzles me, as you guys must love cotton chips.
Don't know.
Hardland Trucking says, where in Ripon are you? We went through there yesterday.
We're right in the town of Ripon.
James Bond says, welcome in Hardland Trucking. Peppermint says, not in real life, that's for sure. Hardland Trucking says, there is a fish shop with smoked fish in Kiwani or north of Two Rivers. James Bond says, well, there's a business idea for you, Eric. Buy yourself a restaurant and sell fish and chips.
Restaurant business is no good right now. Alright, hopefully I turned off that bullshit. Alright, somebody type in apostrophe TTS and a message. I want to see if this works. Hello. Alright, cool beans. Alright, bye.
James Bond says, really, I thought restaurants are big business in USA.
It's hard to start one if if you're just starting out. The margins are so small. You can't the margins are so narrow on doing a restaurant these days.
At Stanchilka 272 says, TTS.
No, it's apostrophe TTS. And then you have to type a message in after it. You have to hit space and then a message. But I'm going to be out of the truck for a second, so we'll wait till I get back. Oh. I had a little bit of asphalt from the other job. The boss wanted me to dump it and go get another load.
Peppermint says, what are you doing, Eric?
Dumping. I was dumping that amount of asphalt out of my truck. And now I'm gonna put in the GPS stuff.
Stanchilka 272 says, TTS hey.
Yeah, here I'll show you.
Chef Tara says, Chris, a good bit of restaurants near me have fish and chips on their menu.
Should look like that.
Hardland Trucking says, we went through Ripon and Manitowoc yesterday since the stream buffering.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, at Terra Clock 8589 awesome.
Holy crap. Wow, that's... Oh, we've done doubled our distance from the asphalt plant. Now it's 45 minutes. 45-minute drive to get there. That sucks. I'm assuming we're just skim coating this today.
At Stanchilka 272 says, you said apostrophes.
Exclamation point I meant. I screwed up, but I didn't hear it. So it's still not working. I didn't hear it come over.
Hardland Trucking says, illness with TTS. Reek what's aging no diado?
I have no idea what the fuck you're saying.
What?
That
Peppermint
made
says,
no sense.
I see your text.
Yeah. No, Botrix is supposed to have a TTS system, but the downside with theirs is you got to type in exclamation point TTS. But I figured I can set it just to mods or members. And I figured...
Stanchilka 272 says, gotcha.
I figured it might be useful to have in case, like, I have the TTS turned off and I have it run, at least that running in the background. So if, like, one of the moderators needs to get my attention that my microphone isn't working, or I'm in a phone call and they gotta, let me know something's going on, they still have a way to get a hold of me even if the TTS is off.
James Bond says, LMAO Hardland Trucking messing with you, Eric, haha.
Gotcha.
Hardland Trucking says, LMAO translation, Eric, what's going on today, LMAO?
We are, I guess we're on a second job doing an overlay, and now I'm just kind of, he's sending me out to the asphalt plant to get more. So I'm assuming we're just doing a skim coat today, because it's a pretty decent sized lot. I don't think we're going to be able to get it all done today. So when he does a skim coat, basically what he's doing is just putting a layer in that kind of, a very thin layer that just kind of fills in all the dips and valleys and all that crap. And then when we come to asphalt it tomorrow, the machine will have a nice smooth surface to just lay a really nice top layer. So yeah, that's what I think we're doing. Nobody ever tells me shit. That has always been kind of a little bit of the weak point, is that we don't have good communication sometimes about stuff like that.
Hardland Trucking says, Green Bay plan?
No, Eden, Wisconsin plant. We started at a job that was closer to Eden, and we already put our order in to Eden. So even though now we're working in Ripon and it's a 46-minute drive each way, we're still going to be working out of Ripon. Tomorrow, I'm not sure.
Peppermint says, I don't know what I'm supposed to see.
I don't know either. You weren't supposed to see anything. I was supposed to hear under that bot command. I was supposed to hear
Hardland
their
Trucking
TTS.
says, Eden Ice Dead Farm.
Yeah. I was supposed to hear their version of TTS, but I did not. So I can't just have it open in a web browser, I guess.
Hardland Trucking says, take the back roads.
Well, that's what we're doing. Well, we're going whatever way the GPS tells me to go, but so far it's got me on 23 for 18 miles, so it's probably going to take me 23 to, I don't know, 151. I don't know, we'll see. Come with me. We will see a world of imagination. Wow, my voice cracked on that one. God, I couldn't sing that to save my life. That was horrible. Oh. There's my litter.
Hardland Trucking says, 23 to 41.
That's possible. Not 100% sure.
Fabrics official says, at Hardland Trucking you just reached level 1.
Yay! Heartland Trucking reached level 1. Yeah, everybody's points and watch time now is persistent. It doesn't change in every stream. And their levels. So that's always good.
Peppermint says, oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'll have to do a little bit more testing when I get some time. It's just a web link that I've got to sit here and get it play. So I'm assuming it's like an audio stream. But just having it in the browser didn't seem to work. Because me being the owner, I would think it would work for me, but who knows? Maybe I'll have to run IRL Pro in the background on the tablet just to sit here and do a web overlay. All my chatters have gotten quiet.
Hardland Trucking says, some of us are actually working Leo.
Yeah. I know. I'm working. I'm currently doing my job. I'm not just sitting.
Peppermint says, I'm just thinking I have to find a house with a basement. Eric, no basement in Arizona.
Yeah, there's no basements in Arizona. No basements in Arizona.
Hardland Trucking says, yeah right, you get to go home most nights. We don't.
Yep. Or at least I get put up in a hotel.
At night it says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
You're living the life of an OTR driver.
Hardland Trucking says, no basements in Arizona? Are the houses too hard-headed?
I don't know, it's something to do with the ground. I don't know. They just build all their houses on slabs.
At Sweets Think says, okay, this is a fly-by HI, checking in to see where we are. Hope you are having a great day. I'm doing domestic chores. I have you on a tab on the computer.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're just going to pick up some asphalt. I guess we're doing an overlay for a church, it looks like. I think it's a church. And we're going to do some prep. We're probably going to skim coat it and then I'll overlay it tomorrow. So
Peppermint says, it's only 10:01 and I'm getting hungry.
yeah. That's why I'm eating a couple of string cheese sticks. I'm kind of hungry myself. Last hotel had them for breakfast, so I was like, oh, I'll grab a handful. They're okay. They're not the best. Definitely not the worst.
Peppermint says, in working too.
Yeah. Yep, it's gonna have me taking 41.
Chef Tara says, hey Eric, do you guys handle painting the lines on the parking lots once the asphalt is laid?
Yep. I don't really like the way they do it, but after about a week or two, it looks pretty good. When we first lay it, it kind of has some overspray look, but that overspray kind of wears away, and then the lines look halfway decent. It'd be nice if we got a
Hardland Trucking says, had the smoked cheese sticks, Eric.
I don't like artificial smoke flavor. But yeah,
At Sweets Things says, Eric, the string cheese will counter ACT the effects of the coffee.
yeah. Well, I didn't have coffee today, so. Fucking hit your gas pedal, dude.
Peppermint says, my home on wheels.
Jesus Christ. Fucking go. All he had to do was hit his gas pedal. I don't know why he's driving so stupid.
Peppermint says, I don't know make snakes.
Yeah. I have to cut that bush down. I'm getting a lot of false detections of stuff going on at my house.
At Sweets Things says, at Terra Clock 8589, what is on the menu for today? M. Peppermint says, not good hard ground flooding when rain.
Yeah. Yeah, because that Arizona dirt gets so super dry, it can't suck in the moisture and it turns into flash floods. Somebody lost their baseball cap.
Chef Tara says, hi Kim, today is our delivery day for my meal prep service and taking a break while my girls are delivering. May head into kitchen soon to do inventory for next week's menu.
So what did you prep? What's the meals that are going out today? Well, time to change the microphone. Microphone's dying.
Sweets Things says, at Terra Clock 8589, I so wish I lived closer. Your food looks amazing. I'm so happy how your business has taken off. You are an amazing chef.
Yep. Got to rope her into coming to Wisconsin.
Chef Tara says, lasagna roll-ups, Korean turkey bowl, barbecue chicken and mac, beef vegetable soup, pork marsala, cheeseburger sliders, turkey club croissants, plus some other things.
Cool beans. Sounds good. Should do a cooking show kind of like Polish Agnes used to do.
James Bond says, just fried an egg, that's as far as my expertise goes when it comes to cooking, LOL.
Ah. Gotta get Tara to do her own little cooking show. Cooking with Chef Tara.
Peppermint says, my answers are getting you lost, Eric. I'm trying.
That's okay. Oh.
At Sweets Thing says, well, speaking of food, I'm going to caramelize some onions and fry up some burgers. I will check back in a bit.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, at Sweets Thing's okay. At Sweets Thing says, at Terra Club 8589, that sounds so good. Chef Tara says, see, you can enjoy your burger.
Yeah. It all sounded good. I had burgers this
Peppermint
morning.
says, OMG, she making me hungry.
Yeah. I made up 3 burger patties last night and I nuked them this morning.
James Bond says, at Terra Clock 8589, cook for me and fly over with the food same day, taking DoorDash to a new level.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure she'd make the trip if you paid enough. I'm just not 100% sure if you could afford the bill.
Chef Tara says, I will cook for you, Chris.
Yeah. I mean, she probably could if she had like one of those special coolers.
James
Yeah.
Bond says, cheers at Terra Clock 8589.
Because I'm assuming she's already flash freezing the food. You know, because it's meal prep. So she just need one of those coolers, those special like styrofoam coolers with the like the dry ice in them or something. And she could ship it to you.
Stenchilka 272 says, Eric, didn't you get to eat some of Tara's cooking once?
I got to eat her cooking about 3 or 4 times, I think.
James Bond says, we need Concord back.
The Concorde? Yeah, the Concorde. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know there was that accident.
Chef Tara says, I did a private chef gig last year in Tennessee. If you pay, I will come.
Yeah. Yeah, my
James Bond says, $1,000 plane ticket LOL.
yeah, I just I don't think Chris is financially there to be able to hire a private chef to fly out to England.
Peppermint says, LOLM.
I think he'd be better off having you make a frozen meal and ship that through a delivery service.
James Bond says, add Clara Bailey. At the Robert Escobar Show says, hit the like.
Hey Robert, welcome in. Great to see you. Yeah, you should have been here earlier. We had Telescope in here and a whole bunch of people, and we were talking all political stuff that you like, you know, universal health care and the whole 9 yards. You missed it. You missed the whole conversation.
James Bond says, I will ask King Charles to foot the bill. Have a dude left the horse racing in his own helicopter like Trump.
Yeah. I don't think you're connected like that with King Charles.
Peppermint says, I only have coffee and cigarettes so far.
Yeah. I might make a pit stop at this
At the Robert Escobar Show says, are you guys ready to rebel?
I don't know. The government keeps squashing them all. I think people have lost interest. You know, I don't know if.
Chef Tara says, okay, gotta step out for a minute. Talk to you guys later.
All right, catch you later, Tara. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's got it in them right now, especially after the J6 stuff. You know, I think that really, the way they handled that really squashed a lot of future stuff. I think that's going to have to fade into the past a little bit before people are going to be willing to stand up for themselves again.
James Bond says, I did film him up close, but dude pulled the blinds over in his carriage.
Yeah.
James Bond says, okay at Terraclock 8589. At the Robert Escobar Show says, do you think Trump will lose his supporters over Israel and Iran?
Over his... I don't know. I haven't really been following political stuff close enough to really speak on it. I mean, I know stuff's going on, but I really haven't had the time to be properly educated on the topic to discuss it at this moment. So, unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just blindly hoping that the history books show that there was a good reason for doing what we're doing, and that it was imminent danger that it needed to be done.
Trump will run for third term. LOL, I bet he does.
I don't know. We'll see. You know, unfortunately, you know, until all the secret information actually comes out, you know, because there's stuff that could be happening that we don't have any knowledge of to why he made the decision to do what he's doing, you know, and without knowing all the facts of the situation, you know, you're only guessing, you know. You're only guessing why he did it, you know. I mean, he may have top secret information that sits here and says, hey, they were one day away from being able to launch, you know, something, or from having, you know, nuclear grade weaponry, and we're not going to know that. So
The Robert Escobar Show says, Trump said we went cause Israel went, so doesn't that prove he's their bitch?
I don't know. The Middle East is such a complicated situation, you know. There's so much bullshit tied to it, you know, oil, money, you know. I don't know. It's such an unstable region, you know. I don't know enough about geopolitics to really speak on it, you know. No, I got to get fuel. I forgot about that. Well, it's a good thing I'm stopping here anyways. Well, we'll fuel up
quick. At the Robert Escobar Show says, I think the secret information is Israel blackmailing us, not Iran developing nukes though, right?
I don't know. I don't know if they're blackmailing us. I haven't seen any proof of that, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Really stupid spot for you guys to park. They're parked blocking the entrances to the pumps. It's like, why? Why are you guys parked here? All right, I'm gonna get some fuel. Yeah, I'd love to have a debate with you about that stuff, Robert. But like I said,
Peppermint says, you gave me the yawns, Eric.
Yeah. I just don't, unfortunately, know enough about the topic to have an intelligent conversation and rebuttal things or agree or disagree with things that you say, because I'm not knowledgeable enough on the topic right now. So I apologize. I figure it's better to admit I don't know something about a topic than to talk out of my ass.
James Bond says, "Okay, Eric." Peppermint says, "I have to stop." James Bond says, "My comments being censored by YouTube, LOL." I tried talking about 2020, it ain't having it. James Bond says, "Basically what you and the convoy did in 2020 was the right thing to do to stop the US becoming like North Korea." That night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. James Bond says, no one should ever give someone a against their will. James Bond says, that's a cool piece of farming equipment there. Bot Rick says, heads up, new drop, solve this math challenge and chat to win. 3-7 equals? James Bond says, the worst thing I saw was in Australia. Nurses and the police forcing 5-year-old kids in a hospital to take that shit. The parents should have sued the gov over that. Peppermint says, I didn't stop to good. James Bond says, it's allowing the comments now. Just had to use emoji code.
back.
James Bond said, "Traditional Ohio boss in this LOL."
Yeah. Eat my sandwich real quick. Better than nothing. What do you mean it disobeys?
Bot Rick still disobeying, haha.
Oh, he came in with the kick bullshit again? Well, I accidentally turned something on I probably didn't know. And I got to figure out how to turn it off. So it's on me. It's my lack of knowledge on how it works. So, whatever. It's not the end of the world. Just ignore anything that comes from kicks. I did this one. So that one right there where it says points drop open for 2 minutes, that's me. I started that. So hit your claim. Get your points. It's only if it comes from kick that you ignore it. If it's that stupid math equation, that's what you ignore. Otherwise, get your points.
James Bond says, "Yep, asking us to add numbers again, it did LOL."
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you guys are all sitting in front of computers. I mean, figure it out. Let me know. I'll turn it off. It's coming over the kick platform, so I don't know. Feel free to investigate it.
Peppermint says, "It works."
Yep. Yeah, look it up. Figure out why it's doing it. Figure out what the setting is to turn it off. And let me know. It's not Tara Clark cooking, but, or Chef Tara, but hopefully it's good.
James Bond says, "It's Rogue AI LOL."
Mm-hmm.
Peppermint says, "Good, welcome back."
Thank you.
At Brett Boyle says, showed up in my feed. Maybe because we were talking about them, LOL.
Probably. The phones do listen.
Peppermint says, you didn't sleep good, Eric, looking tired.
That's why I grabbed something to eat.
James Bond says, see displenoxon, that's the code to disable it, Eric, from what I have found, but I asked AI, so it may be lying, haha.
Yeah, I'd probably have to do that from Kick though. So I'd have to go into Kick. I'll try it. Let me see. So I don't know if it'd be C apostrophe.
Peppermint says, I got mine.
Let me see.
At Brett Boyle says, that electric truck link I posted was just a short, but pretty cool little thing. Surprisingly good pros for American $. James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, LOL, that electric truck looks like an old Volkswagen beach buggy. At Brett Boyle says, it's pretty groovy, be perfect for just running around town and doing work around town and stuff. I would be more curious about snow and ice, being Canadian and all, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't figure out Kick. I don't even know how to put anything in the chat. Oh, here, wait a minute. Okay, so it's probably apostrophe. What was the command? Did you spell that right? Disable maths. Because that does not look like a proper code.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, yeah, but I have found something better, by a man named Mr. Boohaha.
Yeah, make sure that you got that code right there, Chris, because disabled isn't spelled the way that you have it. I want to know that it's right.
James Bond says, I think so.
Alright. Well, this is a grilled chicken sandwich. I didn't realize that, but it doesn't look as nice as the wrap. I should have just got the wrap. I didn't realize this was grilled. It's healthier.
James Bond says, see Desadlam of Son.
Yeah, but that makes no sense on the spacing.
Peppermint says, I never been on 15 going down, need to see about food. At Brett Boyle says, I don't understand what that was. I posted a link to a short of a new electric truck going to be built in the US, and you gave me a video of two blokes going for a drive, lol. Mechanic Eric America says, see Dilm of Son. James Bond says, I'm just copying what the AI overlord told me. Eric lol, ChatGPT supposed to know all.
No. What I need to know is how on the actual Botrix page to shut it off.
At Brett Boyle says, and they weren't driving an electric truck, lol. James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, but did you not see the electric car they are driving? LOL. The Citroën AMI top speed 29 miles per hour. LOL. Peppermint says, yes, it is good, Eric.
Yeah. Get rid of this trash. We'll get over to the asphalt plant, get the asphalt. Boss is probably wondering what the hell's going on. But it is what it is. I needed to get fuel, and I needed some food in my belly. Move your ass. I don't care that you're retired. Move your ass. You may have all day to sit there. I do not. I got places and people to do.
James Bond says, yep, got to eat.
Yes, I do.
Peppermint says, I go to Brigham City, don't like Salt Lake City.
Go.
Let's go. Double yellow, I couldn't just go around them. Otherwise, I would have.
James Bond says, Yes, let us go.
Yep. So if we get the truck that we're looking at, if he ends up pulling the trigger on it, 565 horsepower. But it's an automatic. So I don't know how fast she'll go. She ain't gonna go as fast as this, but I don't know. Maybe when she's loaded she'll move pretty good, but empty, she ain't gonna move like this truck does. This truck scoots. $18,500 foot-pounds of torque.
James Bond says, 565 horsepower cool.
Yep. 15-liter Cummins motor. Yep. For an automatic, she'll scoot. I don't know if how she'll compare to a manual, but California. I don't know anybody from California that should be calling me on that number, so ignore. Hello. Yeah, figures it was a bot. Hello? Who is this?
Yes, hi. Are you the person who went down to 301 Main Street, Cinco?
What are you talking about?
Are you the person who went down to Cinco at 301 Main Street?
I don't know where that is. Where is it?
So Cinco that you were just at?
Yeah.
Cinco gas station.
Yeah, I guess. What?
Holding up the line. We're holding up the fucking
Peppermint says, yes, it's hard to take care of you million miles away,
What?
socks.
I'm going to hit you behind you right now. You can't see me, but I'm behind you. I'm gonna hit your car.
Okay, whatever. I'm in a dump truck. I'm not in a car.
We're gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit your red semi truck.
Oh, yeah, whatever. That's interesting. So I got a phone call from California. Somebody must have tracked down my phone number, I guess. Whatever. That was fun. Entertaining. Whatever. I'm gonna hit my car. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Easy way to solve this. Where was that option? Oh my God, dude. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Done deal, buddy. Have fun.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Oh, fun, fun, fun.
James Bond says, LOL, you hit my car, Eric, haha.
Yeah, fuck if I know. Somebody just having fun on the internet, I guess. No, I didn't hit his car. He said they were going to hit my car or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Very boring. Well, I'll give him props for finding my phone number.
James Bond says, there's a lot of nut jobs in California.
Yeah,
He's
no
probably
shit.
tweaking when he called you Eric, LOL.
Yeah. Hey, but I'll give him props for figuring out my number. I mean, it's not that hard. It's pretty simple, but, you know, good for him.
Peppermint says, what?
Yeah, lots of wackadoodles. Here, this one goes out to our caller from California.
Peppermint says, scam or something.
Somebody just being a prankster, that's all. It is what it is, no big deal. You know, kind of like when kids used to sit here and call and, you know, and ask people if, like, their refrigerator was running, you know, I mean.
Adlane Rodriguez F1L says, how many more do you need?
I don't know. I don't know how many or how much he's going to skim layer today. So it depends on that. I can't imagine that we're going to use more than this. He might send Glenn one more time. Because he's not trying to lay the whole job, I don't think. I sure now hope he's not trying to lay the whole job.
We're going to be here for a little bit. But yeah, obviously they were watching the stream because they knew I was at the Citgo gas station. So...
James Bond says, yeah, I blame Scrappy Duke has learned a lot from Telescope LOL.
No, I don't think so. I doubt it was Scrappy Dappy Doo. I mean, it's pretty easy for me just to block a number. You know, it's hard for them to create another one and another number. You know, it's like, well, I mean, if you want to go through all the effort for me just to hit block call, you know, whatever. It's pretty simple for me just to block an incoming call. But if that gives you your jollies, go right ahead.
James Bond says, LOL yeah.
Yeah, they could have actually called the call-in line and been on the speakerphone. But I guess they don't know about that line. You guys all know about the call-in line.
Peppermint says, yes there are.
Got to go to our new job. They were young too. You know, college kids or something. That's the voice I heard.
James Bond says, years ago the prank callers used to use Skype to call people, so it was not possible to block as they could easily make new caller ID each time LOL.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, funny, I love it.
Yeah. It was just stupid, you know. It was kind of like, you know, I'm right behind you. I'm gonna hit your
Silly
car or
Hedge
whatever.
Says,
I'm like,
hey, my headset are not working ATM, so can you type in chat? By the way, how are you?
No, I can't. Tell him I can't type in chat. I don't know. That's weird. No, I can't type in chat.
James Bond says, yeah, I've got the number, but my cell provider won't let me make international calls.
Yeah, but you could just use Google Voice or something. You could call with like Google Voice.
Peppermint says, yes, crank calls.
Yeah, that's a first. Oh well, no biggie, no skin off my back. I don't even know if that's considered Main Street. You might have just came up with that. I mean, we are in a small town. It's like everything's got a Main Street. I'm actually going to be curious to see if that's what it's called. It might be. It might be called Main Street.
James Bond says, what's Google Voice?
Google Voice, if you go under Google, if you got a Google account, you go to Google's webpage and you go to the little up in the upper right corner.
Peppermint says, what if they hear I find them when I get to California?
Yeah, you'll see like a square made out of like 9 different little dots. If you click on that, it'll show like a list of apps, that your Google apps that you have access to, and you scroll down and there'll be one called Google Voice, and it lets you create a Google Voice phone number, which is probably what they used, and then you can make phone calls from your computer.
Peppermint says, that's the only one yet, kids.
Yeah.
James Bond says, okay Eric, I will have to give that a go.
Yeah, I mean, I know it works in the United States. I don't know if it's restricted, as in maybe it doesn't work in other countries, but yeah, I'm actually kind of curious to see if this street has a name, because this is Highway V. Campbellsport. Nope. So they were wrong on the name of the road. So they just came up on. They just randomly came up with a name. Here you go, population 884 for you there, Chris. I know you like your small towns. You know, I guess that's not technically a turn lane. They should have made it a turn lane.
Peppermint says, I get a lot of calls I don't know and don't answer.
Yeah, I don't get a lot of phone calls other than from work, so I was already suspicious of it. But then they called back when I sent it to voicemail, so I was like, oh, well,
James
maybe.
Bond says, we will find out if it works.
Oh, it actually is called Main Street, the road I'm on right now, so they must have Google mapped Eden, Wisconsin.
Got a message, Google Voice is not available in my country yet.
Yeah, that figures. Well, I do have a Discord server now too. I gotta link it up, but I'll be able to take calls in from Discord.
Peppermint says, you should see the 100 numbers I got blocked.
Yeah. So yeah, they did some deep diving. They found my Google Voice number, not my personal number, but I know that it's listed on the web. So they figured out what my name was from my YouTube page. They Googled my name. They found my Google Voice number. They GPSed where a Citgo was in Eden, Wisconsin, and were able to tell me Citgo on Main Street, which this is Main Street. So give them some props. They did a little bit of internet digging. So good for them. I suppose I should probably change that Google Voice number, being that it's on the web. But it's not really ever been a big deal, I guess. If it becomes a problem, I'll just have to change it. Takes all of like 5 seconds.
James Bond says, there is an app I can call on but they want to charge me money, so that's no bueno lol.
Yeah, Skype I think has that feature too. Have you ever thought about getting something like a Magic Jack? They used to have a voice over IP setup you could do. You just have to look for a voice over IP service.
James Bond says, Skype don't exist anymore, Eric.
Oh, really? Well, I guess it's because I stopped using it. Therefore, they lost one of their best customers and they couldn't stay in business. I don't know.
Peppermint says, they sitting in California playing on phone, they just dial numbers, I think.
No, it's more than that, because they knew they were definitely watching the stream because they knew what color the truck was, and they knew that that gas station was on Main Street, and that I was at a Citgo. So yeah, no, it was more than that, more than them just dialing random numbers.
James Bond says, site ended in May 2025. Eric LOL.
Oh, really? So just recently? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I guess enough people just went over to other platforms. I wonder what the replacement for Skype is, because Skype wasn't a bad app. I just didn't use it.
James Bond says, Most people use Microsoft Teams or Zoom in the UK now to make free calls.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I did not like Skype. Used to use it a long time ago. It was decent enough. I wonder if you could get away with setting up an account like a US, if you went in on a VPN to a US server, set up a Google account, got a Skype or got a Google Voice number, if you could then turn the VPN off and still be able to use Google Voice. You know, set it up as if you were in the United States, you know, as a workaround.
James Bond says, if you can create a WhatsApp on that number, then we can call you free from UK.
WhatsApp on that number? Yeah, I've never done WhatsApp. Usually it's all the spammers that try to call you on WhatsApp. I'll look into it, but yeah. Your best bet's probably going to be calling in through Discord.
James Bond says, yeah, VPN may work too.
Yeah. Just get on a free VPN, pick a United States server, set up a Google account. You know, just put in some fake address. Get a number.
Peppermint says, oh, he can't call here.
I think your problem's going to end up being is it's going to ask for a number to verify your Google account, and that's where your problem's going to come in. Because it's going to probably want a US phone number to send a text message to. So you may have to actually be more clever and come up with something else that, like, text-free.
James Bond says, LOL spammers.
Yeah.
James Bond says, yep, LOL, no US phone number here.
Yep. Well, that's what I was saying. You might have to be creative and, I don't know. Not exactly sure. You know, use something like text-free that'll maybe give you a US number.
Peppermint says, LOL, I thought you anywhere you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a long ass fucking drive to go get asphalt. Hopefully we go to a closer plant tomorrow, but we'll see.
James Bond says, well, I tried using a VPN and somehow Google still knew I was in UK, LOL.
Well, maybe what I will do is I will take a few minutes out tonight, reach out to me on Facebook, on my messenger. So that way I can get in contact with you offline. And I'll set up a Google account with a simple password. And then you can see if you can access that. You know, so it'd be as if it's created here, but then, you know, like I'm traveling out of country, I would think it would still work. So I'll just make you some rando account, and we'll see if that works for you. But I'll have to have some way to send you the login information. Well, he's obviously empty, because there's no fucking way in hell he would pull away from me like that if he wasn't, even though I'm loaded.
James Bond says, okay Eric, cheers.
Yep. I plan on doing some serious excavating if they got off-road dump trucks sitting out here. I wonder what project they got going.
Peppermint says, clouds look pretty.
Yes, they do.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Alex says, heads up, new draw. Solve
my
this
God.
math challenge in chat to win. 86 equals?
Let's see.
Peppermint says, I'm just sitting in your truck looking now.
Okay, I found the command. You were way wrong there, Chris. It's actually exclamation point PD ROPS and then space stop. But I have to do it in the kick one. Otherwise, I'll read the rest. But yeah, there's another way to do it in the website too. In the actual dashboard. I'll do it when I get back. I'm not gonna fuck with it right now.
James Bond says, okay Eric.
It's maybe because we've been using the start command to do the It's the same command that Fry or me have been using, but instead of saying start, it's saying stop. So it must be triggering kick instead of. So maybe we just got to do the apostrophe P drop without the word start, because start must be setting up some type of automation. I'll figure it out. Like I said, it's brand new. If I can figure out all this shit, I can figure that out.
James Bond says, yeah. Peppermint says, I be back getting pulled over.
Oh, that's not good. Texting and driving. Naughty, naughty. Got to teach her how to do voice to text. Wow, their logo on their door. It's an asphalt company. There's a dump truck. I don't think you guys can see it. Maybe it's right on my left. But they got a paver and they got a dump truck. But I can't even make out the company name. They got it so small on that door. Asphalt specialists. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta hit another gear. It's about the same size as our paver. I'm not familiar with that brand. Looks to be about the same size as our paver though. all just sitting here wondering what Peppermint got pulled over for.
James Bond says, still waiting to hear from Clara LOL.
Yeah, that's the big drama right now. Is what did Clara do? She get busted watching videos on her phone while she's driving? Texting while driving? I understand she's not very tech savvy, but I mean, one of these on her phone, she could have it reading. You know, well, she doesn't really need it to read the chat, but she could be listening to it. Literally a press of the button on the phone, and she could use voice to text, hands free. I asked her about that before, because she's always saying she's driving, but she's typing in the chat, you know, and it's like, well, how the hell are you doing that? You know, so yeah, I know she's being naughty. And I mean, they're not really that expensive, and I actually, when I'm doing phone calls, if I'm talking to people online, or like Fry calls me or whatever, I'll put that on because it's just so much nicer than having to hold the phone up to your head. And it sounds so much better than a speakerphone.
Yeah.
You know, $108, you know, I never thought about getting one. I mean, I've always seen truckers wearing them, but you know, until I was working for that snowball, the landscape company that did plowing last winter, I had to get one because they were literally chatterboxes. They'd call you up, and it's like, you know, I'm running a skidster, so I need both my fucking hands, you know, and it's like I'd have to stop, and they're just talking, and they're talking, and it's like, dude, you know, I don't have a headset. I gotta fucking, you know, you're keeping me from functioning, you know. And they're like, oh, you should get one, blah, blah, blah. So I looked into one, and I picked up a nicer one than this, which I do like, I bought the, I think it's the XT450, which I do like. It's a little bit more comfortable. It's a little bulkier unit. It's got a longer battery life, but the speaker was just a little quiet for my liking. And this one was cheaper. This is the XL or LX 250 from Blue Parrot. They're both from Blue Parrot. And it's got a little bit louder speaker. It doesn't quite have the battery life of the other one, but it's very lightweight. You can barely tell it's on there. Part of the reason I didn't buy this one initially is they were still using the really old shitty USB connector, the one before USB-C, and they just recently updated it. So at the time that I bought it, I probably would have bought this one had they been USB-C at the time.
Peppermint says, okay, let me get going on road, be a minute.
Alright. Domino's has their own dedicated delivery car. Wow.
James Bond says, okay, Clara.
Yeah, you got to tell us what you did to get pulled over. It's confessing time. I'm ready for bed. I'm tired. Well, it wasn't a state boy, because if he'd done a level 3 safety or whatever, or level 1, I don't know, she wouldn't have been hopping back on the thing real quick. Okay, why is Glenny covering up his load? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Glenn's tarping up his load like he's got asphalt, but then he moved, so I don't fucking know. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Huh?
I never know what the hell's going on.
Me either.
Yeah.
I just pretend to know.
You're good at it. Boss got his shirt off again. There you go, some eye candy for all the women.
Peppermint says, funny okay I didn't stop completed stop sign and no blinker. My blinker was out. He helped me fix it. He was nice.
Well, that was nice of him. Let me see.
James Bond says, that's lucky Clara, glad you got help. If that had been a UK cop they'd be after money from you lol.
That didn't work.
Bot Rick says, heads up, new drop. Solve this math challenge and chat to win. 1 + 3 equals? Peppermint says, I'm always told they are not your friend. Yes, rolled through stop sign then he chased me. He said I never seen him.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, still shaking so I need to slow down and mellow out and not in hurry anyway.
Yeah.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
What are you doing? Instead of, I probably will just fuck you. At my hard work.
James Bond says, yes, drive safe, Clara. Peppermint says, I will, my truck likes to be in a hurry, I be good, that's why I like driving. Night love, OL.
Oh, I saw Glenn cover up the load, and I thought he was thought he still had asphalt. I saw Glenn tarp his load, so I thought he still had asphalt, so I wasn't paying attention.
No, they hit it with the skid loader, I guess, one of these days, and it just had it like sideways, so he had to bang it new.
and I have to slow down to food.
Yeah. Here I was trying to play games. I don't think he's going to need me again.
Peppermint says, that's why I need you with me, Eric. Keep me out of trouble.
Yeah. This is true.
James Bond says, LOL Eric Drum.
Trying to get it working, but I'm not getting. There it went. So that's with that open. Let's try it again.
You got a full load?
That's what he told me to get. Yeah,
I've been here all day.
I guess.
Peppermint says, yes.
I approve this live stream.
Got that working. I just got to figure out how to get IRL Pro to not activate the camera. Because I can't run mobile on an iPad or on a tablet.
James Bond says, LMAO there is the Donald.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I can't stop laughing, he checking me out and my truck out he likes.
This is a test, all is good.
There we go. So we got that TTS working too. I don't like that I have to run it through another app. Let's see. I want to turn the camera off as if it was just going to display a black screen. I just want it to.
James Bond says, LOL Clara.
Hey Fry, I need IRL Pro tech support.
Peppermint says, I'm glad he didn't ask for logbook, I got to catch up on it.
I need to figure out, okay, in Moblin, I can set up a source.
Fry says, LOL.
I need to set, kind of like you can make a browser or a source in OBS where you can just have nothing. You can have just a blank screen. How do I set up an option in IRL Pro?
At Jamasuing 2022 says, LOL.
Yeah. How do I set up a source in IRL Pro that doesn't use the camera, that's just a blank screen?
$73F in Kansas.
Cool beans. Because I got to run IRL Pro right now, at least in the background, to have that TTS and that Donald Trump thing come through. So that I can hear it on the tablet even if TTS is turned off. Or is there any other way I can run an HTTP? I think it's HTTP. Let me double check. HTTPS overlay and have it work. Because if I just type it into the web browser, it doesn't play. Well, actually, this phone's always live, and it's already running Moblin. I guess I could put it in Moblin. And I've already got a black screen.
Peppermint says, is this testing for camera, Eric?
No, this is testing for audio. Chris, type what I typed both times. The Donald one and the TTS one, and just try test messages. I want to see if it works for you. And somebody else type it in too. Because right now I have it enabled for everybody. Yeah, I'm not sure if it would work that way. I can try it.
James Bond says, I be back soon, Erica's need to go shower. It's hot as hell here, LOL.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, cheers.
Cheers.
Peppermint says, I don't know, I try both ways.
Yeah. Let me try it again. Oh. Can't try it here. What am I doing?
This is a test.
Okay. That was really quiet on the phone, though. That's not going to draw. That's not going to grab my attention. So that's not going to work well.
This is a test.
That worked on Moblin. Why didn't that work on... That's crazy. That worked on Moblin. Let's see.
Peppermint says, I heard this is a test 2 times.
Yeah.
I approve this live stream.
Okay.
Zandex 112 says, hello mate.
Hello. We're just doing some fucking around. Yes, I am.
I approve this live stream.
Oh, it looked like the taking the ass out did
Zandex
work.
112 says, are you in a big truck?
Yes, I am. This is what we look like. We don't have the trailer connected right now. Oh, wrong button.
Approve this live stream.
It's not very loud. Wonder if there's somewhere.
Zandex 112 says, whoa, how'd you do that?
What? Put up the picture of the truck? I don't know. I just there's a feature in my app that lets me pull up pictures that I have, and I happen to have that set up. So I got lots of cool things I can do.
Hi, this is the female sample voice for American English.
Zandex 112 says, was that a picture? I thought it was live camera.
No, it's a picture. It's a picture.
Fry says, now what would you pay?
Yeah.
Approve this live stream.
Yeah, it comes over mobile, but it's really
Peppermint
really
says,
quiet.
LOL.
It's not very loud over the stream.
Zandex 112 says, YOOO hey Fry small world. Peppermint says, yes he does have a lot of things.
Yeah.
I do a lot of screwing around. Let's see. So
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Bot Rick says, heads up, new drop, solve this math challenge in chat to win. 6 plus 8 equals?
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, nobody can seem to figure out how to shut that the fuck off.
Trix FM says, hey at Sandex 112. Peppermint says, he has games too.
Approve this live stream. I approve this live stream.
Let me know if you guys can hear the I approve this live stream or if it cuts off the I.
I approve this live stream.
Because I can't hear it. I know it says approves this live stream, but I want to know if it says I approve this live stream. Okay, I'll play it again.
Peppermint says, I heard the whole thing.
I approve this live stream.
Trix FM says, I hear the I play it again.
All right, cool beans. So you guys can now pretend to be Donald Trump by typing in.
Peppermint says, yes, I approve this live stream.
Yep. So. You can now have Donald say anything you want
At Jamasuing 2022 says,
by typing
heard
this
it.
command. By typing this command.
Trix FM says, yes, I hear the
Okay.
You can now have Donald say anything you want by typing this command.
You gotta type in the command and then you have to actually type something in. Like I did. It's not just I Donald. It's gotta be I Donald and then what you want him to say.
Peppermint says, okay.
I approve this live stream, and mechanic Eric America is the best live streamer ever.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, you're about 30 seconds delay on YouTube LOL.
Yeah, unfortunately it's the nature of the setup. You can try making sure that you're live, but we're bouncing through so many pieces of hardware. Each piece of hardware adds its own delay, and to keep the stream stable, we have not been able to figure out how to eliminate certain pieces of hardware to bring that delay down. We're bonded. We've got network bonding going. We've got this phone. We've got a laptop. You know, we're connected through 3 cellular connections, going through BellaBox Cloud to my computer at my house, through Rumble. Yeah, it is the way it is. We do have some delay, and there's not much we can do to knock the delay down. Unfortunately. But I've been trying to figure it out and work on it.
Ewing Gaming just followed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the follow. Yep. No, I'll there's some new people in here. We'll turn on the other camera real quick, and I'll I'll show you.
Rick's official says, thanks for the follow at Ewing Gaming.
Yep. We'll show you what we're currently running right here. Here we go. So this is the iPhone 15 Pro Max that you guys are connected
Ewing
to.
Gaming says, it me James LOL.
Then we have a DJI Action 4. That's the camera you guys are normally viewing through. Then we have this tablet that I kind of monitor stuff on, and my personal phone right here.
Chef Tara says, you're doing great with the stream, come s long way.
Yeah. We've actually got hardwire Ethernet in the truck. This phone here is actually connected to an Ethernet adapter. The laptop, we've got an M4 MacBook Air, which is also connected through Ethernet. You probably can see the blinky lights. Cord goes up, connects over, and it's connected to the router. We've got this phone that provides AT&T. This phone provides T-Mobile. And then this is a GIL X2000 Wi-Fi router that has a cellular modem that is providing Wi-Fi, and it provides Verizon. Then we also have a WeBoost, which this phone is actually connected to. That's the mount. The mount is actually attached to the WeBoost. And yeah, that's our setup. And then we've got our backup camera, which isn't working at the moment. Yeah. And then we've got a wireless transceiver for the microphone, and yeah, that's the setup as of right now. So lots of moving parts. Yeah, you guys can play with the Donald thing. I can't hear it. I don't have it set up so I can hear it right now. I've got it going through OBS, so it's just on the stream. I might be able to monitor that. Let me see. Let me put it on monitor. But then if I'm monitoring it, then you'll hear it twice. So the cleanest way to have Donald work is just to have it go through OBS. So you guys can only hear Donald. I can't. So it's entertaining.
I hear that
for you
Fry
guys.
needs more
It's,
money to invest in the stock
an
market, so
online
I
thing
will
for
send
you
him
guys.
$10 million to his PayPal account.
There's a cooldown on it. 15-second cooldown.
Peppermint says, I haven't heard it yet.
It was working. I saw it working. I'll turn the cooldown off for right now. Did it work for you, Fry? Like I said, all I can see is the visual EQ move.
Chef Tara says, Fry, that's hilarious.
But I wasn't paying attention. Let's see. I'll see if I see it.
I approve this live stream.
Peppermint says, I just heard him.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys can play with it and have a little fun.
Fry says, LOL at TerraCluck 8589. Yes, it worked.
Okay, excellent.
Peppermint says, when it's working, I think.
You gotta type a message in after I, Donald, there, Sweets. Similar to this.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, yet I've not heard it on here either.
I approve this live stream.
James Bond says, at Sweets thinks hello again. Peppermint says, I just hear what Eric is putting in.
I'll have to check its settings.
Sweets
real
has a
quick,
great bird stream.
It's set to anyone. Everybody should be able to use it. It's set to, says everybody can use it.
We'll make UK great again.
James Bond says, LOL Fry.
I think that Fry would make a good sugar daddy for Tara.
Yeah, there it went.
I think that Fry would make a good sugar daddy for Tara.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, there it went.
What are you guys talking about? It's freaking working. It's working for Fry. It's set to anybody.
At Sweets Thing says, I love IT.
Somebody else try it. Let me see if it's only working for mods. Somebody that's not a mod, try it.
It's working. Fry says, yes, it's working.
Okay.
Peppermint says, I don't know what I'm talking about. Fry says, it worked for Tara.
I turned the cooldown all the way off. I set it to 0.
It just has a cooldown. So it did not read my last one.
Okay, check your pay Fry. You should have the $10 million. That's a bigly amount of money.
That should be good.
You said get a full load.
I know, I expected it to take a lot more of the wedge. We got that to do, and I still got that to do. So not that it's going to take much, but we'll get it out.
Yep.
James Bond says, it's working now, Eric.
Yep.
Test message.
Peppermint says, I'm not saying any of mine that I put in.
Yep.
Frankie says, I'm back, I finished
I think
my
we need to make
appointment.
Chris Ayres the next UK Prime Minister.
This is a test
Fry
of the
says,
mod
it
TTS.
skipped Tara that time.
Okay.
Frankie says, what was that?
That is another TTS I'm setting up for mods. Oh yeah, there was a cooldown on it. There, I just disabled the cooldown. Oh no, I got to set it to a minimum of 1 second. So there we go. So we changed the cooldown on the Donald Trump to 1 second. So now mods can TTS me using this command. So in case I turn TTS off, this will still should play. Which it's not. Must be because it's in the background. Let me try that again. Let me put that on the other browser that I'm using. That did not work. Why is that not working?
James Bond says, LOL.
Wow, what the fuck?
Hi, this is the female sample voice for American English.
Abnightbut says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
We'll buy you a warehouse. I have got Joe Biden's dentures.
That's weird that it's not working.
This is a test message.
It's working on there. Okay.
Will buy Kara a truck.
This is a test message.
Peppermint says, it works what?
Eric is the best.
Peppermint says, it's working now.
Yeah. Kind of. It's not doing everything I want, but yeah. That part's working.
Peppermint says, it is reading mine now.
Bart, eat my shorts.
Ganver3 says, "Hey homie, I can share your stream in a Kick community."
Lock 'em up, Fry.
To help hit 1,000
Don't pick on
followers
Trump.
and 800 viewers and also earn $1,500 per stream.
Take 'em down, Fry.
Add me on Discord if you're interested. Backhand index finger pointing right. Backhand index finger pointing right. David or 2. Ganver3 was banned from chat.
I am one inconvenience away from becoming a potato.
Fry TV says, the bot has been banned.
I have been legally replaced by a slightly confused pigeon and no one noticed.
I lost an argument with a lamp, and now I live in it.
This is Mr. Beast, and Mechanic Eric America is the best live streamer.
It's just the way I have it piped in right now. I've got it going through OBS on the
Peppermint
computer.
says, why can't you hear it, Eric?
Because of the way I'm piping it in to you guys. Because when I play it over the speakers, it's very quiet. So I've just been, I've been piping it direct for you guys. And without listening to the stream, I don't get to hear it. Because unfortunately, when I pipe it through the speakers, it's not very loud and I can't seem to boost it, so. Shit. So for right now, it's just fun for you guys to fuck around with. Well, I could talk too.
Respect
But
my
it,
authority.
you know, if you guys are playing with it and stuff and you're having a good time, you know, that's cool.
Peppermint says, that's not fair, I'd rather talk to you.
Yeah. But here, I'll give you guys a list of other voices we can do. You guys can vote on another voice if you guys want.
Frankie says, same.
So these are the voices that we got. So we got Donald Trump, Homer Simpson, SpongeBob, I Show Speed,
I'd rather talk to you.
Eric Carmen, Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty, Kamala Harrison, Fluttershy, whatever the hell this is, some anime name. I'm not sure what that is. Harry Potter, Walter White from Breaking Bad, Mortal Kombat. You know, could do Finisher. You know, I don't know. Another anime. Another.
I have
anime.
abolished term limits and decided to stay as president forever.
Plankton from SpongeBob, Mickey Mouse. I have no idea what that is. Krista something. Morgan Freeman. Cute anime girl. Son of Gotru. I think that's Dragon Ball Z. I think these two are Dragon Ball Z. Carl Johnson.
Joe.
Another anime. Pinkie Pie from My Little Pony. Another Dragon Ball Z. Twilight Sparkle from My Little Pony. Mortal Kombat.
James Bond says, LOL Morgan Freeman.
We got it on there. It's apostrophe Morgan. Sophia, Peter Griffin from Family Guy, SpongeBob again. Don't know who that is. Mr. Beast, which we also have, which is apostrophe MR. Another Homer Simpson. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sexy Anime Girl. I'm going to do that one just for Fry. Rainbow Dash. Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. Dexter Morgan. Harry Potter.
Peppermint says, I chose Eric to talk
Why
to.
you little?
Yeah. Carl Johnson. Let's see. Heavy from one of those battle games. We got Shrek. Lisa. A couple more animes. We got Kanye West. And then we got that. We'll do the sexy anime girl, though, for Fry, because I know he's going to have fun with that. So let me set the cooldown down. There we go. Next. And that will be apostrophe sexy. So there you go, Fry. There's apostrophe sexy. So.
Fry says, sexy time.
Yeah. So that's apostrophe sexy for you, Fry. I mean, I can listen to them. They're just going to double on the stream. That's the problem. They're just not loud enough to play over the microphone. Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll work like that, Frankie.
Peppermint says, lots of them.
Yeah. Well, those are the ones we can choose. I don't have them all active. You guys got to tell me which ones to add.
When can I come over, Fry?
Yeah, so right now I can hear them, but I don't know if the mic's going to pick it up and double it. Carl Johnson. I don't even know who Carl Johnson is.
Frankie says, do Carl Johnson.
Okay. Okay, Carl will be apostrophe Carl for Carl Johnson. Gotcha. I don't watch soccer, so that tells you why I don't know that one.
James Bond says, Cristiano Ronaldo is a soccer player, Eric.
Gotcha.
At Clara Bailey, hello.
The only problem is that the sexy one is always getting it's always getting auto
You are so
auto blocked.
sexy, Eric.
So somebody's having to unban it to make it work. Unfortunately. I've got them set to 1 second. That's the best I can do. It won't let me set it to 0.
Fry says, looks like it still has a cooldown.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, it's added cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I can hear them right now. I'm just not sure if they're going to double on the stream by doing the way I'm doing it. But I can hear them.
Peppermint says, it's not fun if you can't hear it, Eric.
I've got it playing on the other phone. I can hear them right now.
Fry needs robot girlfriend lol.
The once was a guy from Nantucket that had a dong so long he could suck it.
Fry says, LOL.
Lock him up, Fry.
Then II2 says, hey bro, I enjoyed your stream fire. I had some suggestions I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam your chat. Let's chat on Discord. Backhand index finger pointing right. Backhand index finger pointing right. Japron.
I'm gonna have to change Sexy's command.
Let's go, Eric, be you in my truck.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, I knew you would like that one, haha.
Alright, we changed Sexy to girl. That way.
Jeez, haha.
Would you like to see my wang?
Fry says, I need robot to cut my grass.
Oh, it still does have a 10-second cooldown. It won't let me save it any less than 10 seconds. Let me
James Bond says, LOL Fry.
Yeah, the minimum seconds I can do on a cooldown is 10 seconds.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So even though I set them to 1 second, when I went back to check them, they're automatically reset to 10 seconds. So yeah, the automatic cooldown is 10 seconds.
Then II2 was banned from chat.
Yep. So the minimum cooldown time I can set is 10 seconds.
Fry TV says, bot was banned on Kick.
Yep.
Bot Rick says, heads up, new drop, solve this math challenge and chat to win. A2 equals?
There, I just fixed it. Kick ain't gonna be doing shit no more because I just disabled it from Bot Rick's.
Trix FM says, hey at you in gaming. James Bond says, "Okay, Eric." Hello Ewing Gaming, welcome to the channel.
Yep, welcome.
Peppermint says, "I don't hear the girl yet."
All right, catch you later, Frankie.
Frankie says, "Eric IGTG, see you next stream, brother."
Gotcha. It's sexy is not the command anymore.
James Bond says, "See you soon, Frankie." It seems broken. I'm not seeing it do shit anymore. I think we broke her. It is a beta, but still. Oh, hold on. Peppermint says, broken.
This is a test.
There it goes. I had G capitalized by accident. So I had to lowercase it. That's why.
Heartland Trucking USA rated with the party of 21.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. We're just playing with some voices that we've got that we just set up.
Official says, at Heartland Trucking USA, thanks for rating with 21 viewers.
Appreciate it. So yeah, we're just we're playing with some bot voices.
Trix FM says, raid from Gary.
Thank you.
Big Bird 355 just followed. Bot Rick's official says, thanks for the follow at Big Bird 355.
Back off, Tara Fry is my sugar daddy.
Fry says, raid from Gary.
There we go. Well, welcome in, everybody. Thank you, Gary, for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, my Twitch channel doesn't get a lot of love, so it's nice to have some new people come in.
James Bond says, cheers, Heartland Trucking.
Cheers. We're just we're playing with some AI voices that you guys can activate through chat commands. They do have a 10-second cooldown, unfortunately, so it's a little annoying.
Heartland Trucking says, give Eric a follow. Trix FM says, hey, all came with the raid.
I appreciate it. I've rated Heartland quite a few times, so it's kind of nice to get it in return. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lint15 says, hey, Eric.
Hey, how you doing? Welcome in.
James Bond says, LOL Fry.
LOL Fry, yep. Yeah, I wish there was some way I could turn the cooldown down less, but that's the limitation there, buddy.
Heartland Trucking says, Eric hi.
Yep.
We also stream longer when you are on your way home. Slacker LOL.
This is true. That's why I'm able to raid your channel when you're on YouTube. Alright. So for all the new people, we'll give you a little tour of the rig. We'll start off with, that's the truck that we're driving. As you can see, all the equipment is out and around, so we don't have the trailer hooked up. So that's our rig. We're going to be getting a new truck, it sounds like, pretty soon. Then this is our streaming phone, which is hooked up to that camera. So that's a DJI Action 4. This is my personal phone. This is my tablet that I kind of monitor things on. We've got a Elgato Stream Deck.
Let's
that
go.
we can play our noisemakers. We've got a MacBook Air M4 that we run OBS and stuff through. Hence, part of why these guys can do the custom voices, if somebody wants to do a custom voice to show them. We have Ethernet in the truck, hardwired Ethernet. There's a cable right there that connects to the actual computer. And then we have a cable right there on the dash that connects to this phone. We've got a GIL X2000 cellular modem Wi-Fi router that's got Verizon. Then this phone is running AT&T, and this phone is running T-Mobile. They're all bonded together, which then goes through the magic of the laptop. So that's the setup, just for anybody new that was interested. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like the word sexy. It's
Eric is so
it's
sexy.
blocking it. Yeah, it doesn't like the word sexy. It auto blocks the word sexy. Unfortunately, there's a cooldown on the little noisemakers of about 10 seconds.
Peppermint
So
says, okay.
if you guys hit them a little too hard, your messages don't come through with the AI voices, but it's kind of fun. Everybody seems to enjoy them. It's a novelty item right now. We'll have to see how often they, how long they last. Right now we're just, I work for an asphalt company. We're prepping this job. You can't use capital E. It has to be lowercase e. In Eric. We're doing what's called a swedge layer, which just kind of smooths out the surface, and then we're going to be doing a full overlay tomorrow. So today I'm just kind of I'm sitting around. I got asphalt on me. I'm just waiting for him to want me to load up the paver, and that's what we're doing right now.
Chef Tara says, thank you, Eric. The voices are fun.
Yeah. It's not perfect because I mean I heard it come over the I heard it come over my
Fry says,
phone.
yes, they are at Terra Clock 8589.
Hey Fry, did you hear the last message you just sent? Because I heard it come over the phone, but I didn't see it come over OBS. The sexy girl one that you did? Yeah, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to work on that.
Fry says, nope, did not come over the stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that. Let me try it this way. Because it did come over this other phone.
Sun Zero Knee says, yeah, my badge and key are off my neck for the day. It's time to go home.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I'm doing them to you, Eric.
Yeah, unfortunately there's 10 seconds of delay between, or not, a cooldown of 10 seconds for each one.
Trix FM says, cool at Sun Zero Knee.
And it is just a beta.
Bot Rick's official says, at Trix FM just reached level 1.
Yay, level 1.
Sun Zero Knee says, he is at Trix.
That's funny. I don't care who you are, that's just funny right there.
Hardland Trucking says, good him ahead of Fry LeMayo face rolling on the floor laughing. Trix FM says, whatever.
Yeah, EP took a look earlier. There's still quite a bit. Take a look. That should be good enough. Go take a look.
Trix FM says, chop chop.
Why don't you go forward?
up a little bit on the ground right here.
All right, just stand where you want it.
Hardland Trucking says, yeah, you have said chop chop so many times and you're still here. No choppy, you love it here.
We're gonna load the millings in there with the asphalt.
Okay.
Bob Rick's official says, at Heartland Trucking USA has been following this channel for 1 month, 17 days, 17 hours, 59 minutes. Bob Rick's official says, Atrix FM has been following this channel for 1 month, 18 days, 5 hours, 27 minutes.
This is a test.
Well, Donald works. I don't
Trix
know.
FM says, now what you pay. At Jamasuing 2022 says, stand under the tree LOL.
Be right back.
Bob Rick's official says, resolve, red apple, watermelon. At Heartland Trucking use an eyes. 2 matching emojis face with money symbols on the eyes and tongue. X2, you earned 100 points.
Oh boy. Yeah, you guys broke the new toy.
Botrix official says, resolve, tangerine, grapes, grapes. At Heartland Trucking use an eyes. 2 matching emojis face with money symbols on the eyes and tongue. X2, you earned 100 points. Fry says, blame Fry.
Yeah.
This is a test of the girl system.
Botrix official says, resolve, cherries, grapes, strawberry. At Heartland Trucking use a unlucky sad pensive face. Try again, you lost 50 points.
Haha.
Peppermint says, LOL, wore it out already.
Yeah. Yeah, it's working over Moblin, but it's not working over,
James Bond says, LOL Fry.
it stopped working over OBS, which is weird.
Heartland Trucking says, I bet you didn't know how Botrix works, Leo.
Yeah.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still figuring out Botrix. I just got it.
Fry says, that's what she said. At Clara Bailey. Fry says, typo. Peppermint says, LOL Fry, I trying to get Eric to the hot tub for some peppermint.
Yeah. Catch you later, Gary.
Heartland Trucking says, gonna take a nappy, later. Trix FM says, later Gary. Hardland Trucking says, later.
This is a test of the girl system.
Yeah, Trump's voice is a lot louder. I'm gonna mute myself so I can do some testing here. Chris. Good night, Chris. Yeah, no, I'm just, I'm playing with this.
Chef
trying
Tara
to...
says, bye Chris. Peppermint says, good night Chris. James Bond says, at Terra Clock 8589 Fry at Clara Bailey, see you soon. Fry says, later at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, cheers Fry and Clara and Eric and Tara. This is a test. This is a test.
Broken?
Obviously, you see the weather tomorrow. No good.
No, I haven't.
So, you can put the trailer in here, unhook it here, and go. And we'll be here Thursday. We're going to use the ripping asphalt plant. He's going to run, even though he doesn't want to. But he's going to run.
So no work tomorrow.
If I could change the weather, I would, I promise you. Because I could do this tomorrow, then shoot over, do another job Thursday, and then another job Friday.
Gotcha.
And
All right, I'll go hook up the trailer and then I'll dump this over over on my way on Plymouth, Sheboygan Falls.
we're ripping 5 minutes away from here.
Is it? Okay.
That asphalt plant's literally 5 minutes away. I don't know which way you go, but I know you make a right or you make a turn and it's down there. So.
All right, I'll go dump it at Ripon then.
Tracking TTS.
Okay. So that kind of works.
Peppermint says, only one time I don't now.
Yeah.
Go ahead and hook up to the trailer because we're still using some of it. So.
Okay.
Hello, Eric.
Yeah, that worked. Yeah, unfortunately the cooldown just seems like it's really, really high. But, you know, hey, it is what it is.
Peppermint says, yes.
I mean, I could set it so you guys have to spend points to use it, and then that would cool it down so you guys wouldn't be hitting it so hard. You know, so I mean... then you'd have to earn points and you'd have to use points.
Peppermint says, it just takes a long time.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, it's fine the way it is, I'm good with it.
Yeah. All right, I gotta go hook up the trailer and pull it into this property real quick.
Peppermint says, okay. Huts. 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 Hut. Huts. At Mechanic Eric America says, this is a test. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, just noticed you back.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, you seem like something wrong today.
No, I just don't. I don't like it when we don't work. You know, especially due to weather. That's all. I just got to park this trailer in the property and then go dump this shit, and I get to go home. So yeah.
Peppermint says, okay, just wondering about you.
Nope, I'm good.
Lane Rodriguez F1L says, oh really, are y'all working tomorrow?
They kind of like tell me to keep coming. If you want, I think I'll clear it. No work tomorrow, nope. It's gonna be raining.
Peppermint says, Lane note he's not working tomorrow due to rain.
Yeah. Now I gotta find out where my GPS info is. Do this too. Alright, hopefully you guys like the new chat option. That way we don't have to deal with that. That way the interface isn't as cluttered.
At Al Hardgrid Grind 1489 says, how do you go live with the camera showing outward and you also?
It's part of the app that I have. It's a iPhone app called Moblin. It has that kind of feature set. So that's how I do it.
7J8QFT says, YouTube. Con watch V equals 5MW04GB0 lets you pick usernames from your follower and chatter accounts.
There you go. Another one for you there, Fry. Another victim.
Peppermint says, okay.
Got another victim for you, Fry.
Yes, I noticed that too. MGAQFT was banned from chat.
There we go. Good job, Fry.
Fry says, Bob was banned.
Cool beans. Cool beans. You're fine.
Peppermint says, I'm just messing around.
You are 100% fine. It's kind of mess around time anyways. I mean, we're only down to 10 viewers for the most part. 4 on Twitch, which is different. So that's pretty cool. You're fine.
Peppermint says, I get back in draw.
Okay. I gotta go check my box and drain the main vein. I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Peppermint says, when I got in truck earlier I got pulled over. Huts.
Oh boy.
Huts. Huts.
So you guys liking the new chat overlay? Yeah.
Peppermint says, give me something to do when you have trouble.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I like it.
Hey Hazel, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
Peppermint says, I'm still trying to learn what to do.
Yeah. Me too. Every day is a learning process. I gotta see if I can do some way to get the chat to scroll from the top to the bottom. It'd be a little bit nicer to have it up towards the top more.
Admis Bureau 212 says, overlay?
Yeah, it's an overlay through Botrix versus the other one I had. The other one I had, the messages never cleared.
So the screen was always just blocked up with messages. This one they auto clear after 40 seconds. So that way if nobody's talking, you guys got a nice clean window to view. On an unobstructed view.
Peppermint says, yes, you already teaching me Alan, thank you.
Yeah.
Atmosphero 212 says, okay, I'm watching, lurking but not chatting, enjoying the ride.
That's cool. I like my lurkers just as much as I like my chatters.
Peppermint says, it sure is in Tra. At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yeah, we're trying to make the channel better every single day. Little bit at a time.
Peppermint says, yes, you have been doing Alan every day.
Yep.
Odds. Peppermint says, road is betting you up.
Yeah, it's beating the shit out of me. Hopefully this will be a little smoother now.
Lane Rodriguez F1L says, where are y'all working tomorrow?
We're not going to be working tomorrow. It's going to be a rain day. So no work tomorrow, meaning no stream tomorrow.
Miss Bureau 212 says, if you feel like talking, where are you?
I am in Wisconsin, headed towards Fond du Lac, and actually headed all the way to my house in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Peppermint says, be not working tomorrow due to rain.
Yep. No worky because of rain. Yeah, I love to talk. I don't mind talking. Usually the channel gets real quiet about this time. I think everybody's just kind of all talked up because we usually start talking pretty heavy in the morning and then during the afternoon. Everybody just kind of gets burnt out on talking, but I think some people like to just tune in and listen to the truck.
Peppermint says, yes, looking at view LOL.
Yeah.
Miss Biro 212 says, LOL, you may not remember. I'm from northern Wisconsin. Been to Sheboygan numerous times.
Gotcha, gotcha. Do you want to say what city or no? Just curious. I think today's been a pretty good live stream. We hit on political a little bit. You know, we had some good conversations. We had some fun with the noise toys. Hey, Fry.
ZBLQMN says, create your own username accounts for following, chatting, and viewing on YouTube. Watch V equals 5MWL4GB0.
There we go. Lock them up, Fry. Yeah, we get nothing but bots from Twitch and Kick. It's so annoying. I don't fully understand it. Gotcha.
Miss Biro 212 says, let's just say north of Wausau.
Gotcha. Yeah, I used to go to Tomahawk for the motorcycle rally, which would be up that way.
Peppermint says, a little of everything fun.
Yep.
Miss Biro 212 says, and Chano.
Well, welcome to the channel and welcome to the chat. I appreciate you being here. We're going to do a little test and tune once I get to my house, which is going to be in about an hour. Got about an hour drive.
ZBLQMN was banned from chat.
Thank you, Fry.
Fry says, bot was banned.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to make those noisemaker thingies work a little bit better. I don't know if there's anything I can do on my end or whatever. I mean, I've got them going through the phone and they'll go over the speaker now, so I don't know how well the microphone picks it up. So they should work, and I should be able to hear them. I just don't know how loud they're going to be. Problem is there's a 10-second cooldown on them, and it's been such a fun little toy. People were hammering it, and it didn't like that. I gotta get a stomach acid pill real quick. I've been suffering because I've been lazy to not grab them out.
Miss Biro 212 says, we have talked in the past and you had on more than one occasion drove by where I used to live when headed north.
Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, I used to have a lot of people.
J3BS83 says, want real custom followers and chat activity, check YouTube. Con watch BE35 MWL4GB0.
It's bot time, I guess.
Peppermint says, yes, we all got too excited.
Yeah. Well, it was fun. It is what it is. Seeing how nobody's hitting it right now, you can try it again, Peppermint. See if they want to work. It's too bad I can't do them locally. Unfortunately, they're over the web, so I have no control over a lot of it. I have a water.
Peppermint says, you need to drink more water.
Yeah. And Fry, you don't have to tell me the bot was banned. It already tells me. On Kick, at least. It sits here and says the bot.
J3BS83 was banned from chat.
See? It already tells me, Fry.
Fry says, 10-4.
At least on Kick it does. We'll have to see what happens with Twitch.
Peppermint says, our bodyguards thank you, Fry.
Oh, we got some food trucks. One of them isn't an active one. Oh. Tomorrow I get to go and do laundry because I've run out of work shirts. Hence why I'm just wearing a normal shirt. Maybe because I got the truck, I'm actually thinking about. I know, Fry, you're gonna say no, 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 but I'm actually seriously considering trying out Speedify again, because some of the problems I'm having are because the connections are only bonded outwards and not bonded inwards. And they've done some new development on their software.
At Lane Rodriguez F1L says, are you hauling anything tomorrow?
Nope, it's going to be raining. I might live stream just to do a test stream, just do some testing. But no, we're not working. But
Peppermint says, fun. Yes, I did some when I was sitting over weekend.
Yeah. But yeah, Speedify now supposedly has a feature like Moblin where it'll you can install the app on multiple devices and it'll link together and it doesn't show as hotspot data. So and I wouldn't need BellaBox. I could get rid of BellaBox out of the setup. I could stream directly to. I'd be able to get rid of the computer at the house. I'd be able to get rid of BellaBox. I could stream RTMP directly to Rumble. So.
Peppermint says, I already told you 3 times.
Already told me what 3 times? So. Jesus Christ. Get him, Fry.
6 at 8 BF says, custom username boots followers and massive viewers available at YouTube.com. Watch V equals 5 MWL 4 GB 0. Fry says, whatever works the best for you.
Well, I just figure it's worth a try. You know, see if they've improved. It's $15 for a 1-month trial. You know, I can see if it.
Peppermint says, Lane, about you not working.
Yeah. I mean, we know how this works. So, and we're going to be on Thursday, because today is Tuesday, I believe. On Thursday, we'll be running this same route.
Was banned from chat.
So we'll know if it fails.
Fry TV says, fuck off with your bots kick.
Yeah. I mean, literally, I don't know if anybody even watches me on Kick, really, at all. I don't know if it's even worth streaming to Kick.
Peppermint says, so it makes it even better, Eric.
Well, if it works the way they say it will, it should. But in the past, we've tried it before. You know, I tried it, 4 years ago, and it was garbage.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow sometime.
You take care of yourself. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, they've had 4 years to develop the software and the app and the algorithm and yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it'll work better or if it'll be more of a headache but the nice thing is we'll have a good comparison to today's stream. Well, right now, because I'll be driving out this same road.
Miss Bureau 212 says, we live in a beautiful state.
Yeah. Yeah, Peppermint's from Arizona, so all she gets to see is dirt, sand, whatever, desert life.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, I have to clean my dusty gaming PC LOL.
Cool beans. If it's getting kind of old, don't forget you got to change your thermal paste on your CPU every couple of years. Otherwise, it starts working as an insulator and not a heat transfer.
Fry says, later at Jamasuing 2022. Peppermint says, I really don't see anything wrong with it right now. I think it works good.
Well, there's been times where the TTS drops out because this cell phone right here loses cellular connection. If I can bond all if I can bond all three cellular connections for data coming in, not just data going out, then even if this phone doesn't have cell data, it'll.
Miss Bureau 212 says, Peppermint come north.
Yeah. It'll be able to share the data from one of the other devices.
Peppermint says, see you later.
Yeah, I don't monitor that Facebook pretty much at all. Sorry. Right now I'm currently live streaming on YouTube.
At Miss Bureau 212 says, been to Arizona, giant gravel pit.
Yeah, I've been there. You can come watch if you want.
At Jamasuing 2022
and chat
says,
on the live.
I did last year new motherboard. Last motherboard got burned up from video card. Find out fan was not running. I use software to keep non-well running video card.
Well, you don't. Most of the modern video cards, you don't have to have the fan running all the time unless it's under load. They're supposed to auto turn on and off to save power.
Peppermint says, yes, I really want to after riding around with Eric.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, at my house on my phone it's 107.
Oh, fun. Tell me the year, make, model. And you're talking about the front CV axles, I'm assuming, right? A friend of mine's reaching out, wants me to change out their axles, which I'm assuming is their CV axles on their truck.
You.
No, the microphone died. The battery died on the mic. That's all it was. I didn't mute. It's just the battery. The battery only lasts for about 5 hours.
Talking to someone. At Jamasuing 2022 says, to get you LOL.
What would you charge to change the CV axles on a 2016
Peppermint says,
Ram
oh.
1500? Yeah, no, the microphone, the battery will last about 5 hours. We've been streaming for 10 hours and 16 minutes, so I've already had to swap the microphone
Peppermint
twice.
Says, I thought you was talking to someone.
No. Nope, not talking to anybody. I was doing voice to text. The safer way of texting when you're messaging and driving versus the way you do it, where you
Peppermint says, we either don't talk at all or all at same time.
Yeah. That is how it works. This restaurant off to my right, it's called 1111. Ooh, good burgers. I don't like going through Fond du Lac. All these damn stoplights. For some reason, my foot's hurting me. So having to push the clutch sucks.
Peppermint says, I have tried and I still do it.
You still do what?
Peppermint says, we have to go there I every get up there.
Yep. Just know that if you ever need to do a missing persons report, you know, that Claire is the one that probably kidnapped me. has me locked in the basement with a hole in the floor or the hole in the ceiling, so she can lower a bucket down with lotion in it. Yeah, I'll put the lotion on the skin.
Miss Biro 212 says, I wish there was a way to have voice to text on chats.
What, like what I have? Or you mean for yourself? I guess I'm confused what you mean to have voice to text on chats.
Chef Tara says, she said she wants a house with a basement haha.
Yeah. Yep. She'd have to leave Arizona because they don't build basements down in Arizona.
Miss Biro 212 says, as long as she takes good care of you, we're okay with it.
So she can just kidnap me, take all my rights and liberties away, you know, but as long as she's taking care of me, locking me in a basement, making me put lotion on the skin, not allowed to have my freedom, you're okay with it. I see how it is. Well, thanks for the love. I appreciate it.
Miss Biro 212 says, chats on YouTube don't have the option.
No, they don't. They do not. I'm the one that actually has this set up, so yeah. You just gotta watch my stream. That way you can get TTS for chats.
Peppermint says, yes, Eric is a keeper.
Yep. You just gotta exclusively watch my lives.
Chef Tara says, I'll come save you, Eric.
Will you? You'll bring me a sandwich and laugh from the hole? You're like, haha, here's your sandwich.
Miss Biro 212 says, oh, you would love it.
No, I like my freedom. That's why I'm not dating anybody and I'm not going out on dates and I'm not actively like looking for anybody. Because I like to be able to putz with my YouTube stream and work on my electrical projects.
Peppermint says, he will be taken well took care of.
Yeah. I'm an expensive person to keep because, you know, I like my toys.
Miss Biro 212 says, yes, but I could keep working and chat as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you have an iPhone or do you have an Android? Well, actually, no, take that back. There is a website.
Peppermint says, I don't like to share.
Yeah. There's actually a website that you can go to, and I'll have to remember the name of it, that you can put in anybody's channel name, so you don't have to be the channel owner, and it'll read out the chat for you. And it's just a browser extension. So you could literally open up that browser.
Says, that's fine with me.
You could open up that browser, you could put in the channel name, and it would start reading the chat to you.
Miss Biro 212 says, word of advice, single in later life, not always fun.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I'm getting there. But, you know, I'm financially stable. Okay, that way. There's just shit I need to get handled in my life. I want to lose weight. I'm sick of being overweight. I want to get back down to the size I want to be. I've got projects that have been on the back burner for forever. Partially due to the fact that, you know, my ex-wife was very controlling. So I need to get that stuff sorted out. There's just things I want to get myself ready, you know, get things accomplished and done. You know, I want to buy a new vehicle. I want to get rid of some of my old vehicles.
Yes.
I want to get my house in order, you know, before I sit here and invite somebody to experience my life, you know. Because right now, like I said, it's a little bit of a shit show, you know. And I'm not in debt. I don't have financial problems. It's just I've got a lot of crap I've got to deal with.
212 says, I have you on my big screen TV and can read the chat, but have to get on my tablet to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately they don't, there is no real chat feature on the TV. I do notice I have to make some changes to the overlay because it stretches out way too far. It's not supposed to go up to where it says Fond du Lac and the temperature and all that. So I need to fix that.
Miss Biro 212 says, yeah, Eric, I said the same things. Too old to make changes now.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been single that long.
Peppermint says, in not controlling, I just look you in basement.
Yeah. No, I mean, I got divorced, and then I got, you know, about a year after being divorced, I got into a relationship, and I was with that person for about 2 years.
Chef Tara says, my cat likes watching you on my TV.
But, I don't know, I just needed to work on myself, and that relationship, while trying to work on myself, wasn't healthy for me.
89 just follow.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it, Mickey. So yeah, no, I just got to work on myself. I think it'll probably be maybe a year.
Bob Rick's official says, thanks for the follow at Midike89.
Well, I'm not going to change the size of the font, but I'm just going to make it so it doesn't go over quite as far. It'll.
Midike89 says, yo, what's up? Nice stream. I'm a huge fan of this game. I would like to play together with you. If you don't mind, add me on Discord.
Lock 'em up, Fry. We're not playing a game. I don't do Discord.
Mickey 891.
Yeah, I don't want it to go over as far. It'll drop down another level when it
when it writes.
At this Bureau 212 says, I like the screen the way it is.
Yeah. It still should look the same, and it's just spacing. It's how it's going to be spaced. I don't know. We're almost home. We got another 30 minutes, and then I'm going to tinker. And I'll stay live for that because I need to be live while I'm messing around with the stuff.
Peppermint says, I want someone to have fun with. I don't want to be alone all the time. I'm already alone when working.
Yeah, I hear ya. But see, I also am kind of a lone wolf. I enjoy just a day of doing nothing or doing just whatever the fuck I want, you know, without having to worry about if that other person needs affection or time or whatever. You know, sometimes I just need my time to just do absolutely nothing if that's what I feel like doing. Or if I get a bug up my ass to be productive, you know, then I can just go do whatever the fuck I want, you know? You know, I need somebody that can be independent, that, you know, when we spend time together, great, we're having a great time, but, you know, they're not going to get upset if we're not spending time together because we're both doing something else.
212 says, Peppermint, as I said, come north. That's.
Yeah, vacation. Well, she's an over-the-road truck driver, so she just got to find a load this way. And she could work her way over here.
Vacation.
Yeah.
Take it from an old lady. Take it slow.
Peppermint just likes to flirt with me. She's never going to actually show up. She just likes the attention and she likes to flirt.
Peppermint says, yes, have space. I understand in the same way.
Yeah.
Atlas Bureau 212 says, LOL right.
Yeah. No, I've already figured out Peppermint, but it's fun. She likes looking at me, but you know, it is what it is. It's all good.
Peppermint says, I thought you was coming here.
When am I coming there? I might be going to that other place, to that nomad camping place, Quartzside.
12 says, you two already have chemistry online.
Yeah, I might be going to Quartzsite, but that's only if I go there, and that's not till winter. That's still a long ways away.
Sar says, I bet I am the oldest one in the chat. I am 57.
I doubt that, Fry.
there. If nothing else, I can drive my car up there.
Yeah. You still haven't sent me a picture of your truck.
Miss Biro 212 says, no fry. I'm old enough to be Eric's mom.
Gotcha. Well, my mother is exactly 20 years my senior. So 70.
Miss Biro 212 says, Eric has a basement.
Yes, I have a basement that I wouldn't want to be locked in. I definitely need a better house with a furnished basement, you know, if I'm going to be locked in the basement with a bathroom. My basement is definitely utilitarian, or I don't know, it's just for the furnace, the water heater, and some storage. Nope. No locking me in that basement. That'd be cruel and inhumane.
Peppermint says, it's sad I had to meet someone so far. It still haven't been with my phone.
Yeah.
Miss Biro 212 says, in just a few years younger.
Oh, okay. So you could have had me at like 16 or something, basically.
Peppermint says, I would never lock you up. Miss Biro 212 says, than your mom.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always easy to keep track of our birthdays because mine's coming up soon, and between her birthday and my birthday, we were exactly the same last number. So when I was 5, she was 25, you know? Then I would turn 6. So technically, I guess that means she had me when she was 19.
Peppermint says, chains would work better.
Yeah, homie, don't play chains. I don't like being tied up. I just, it would take a shitload of trust for me to let somebody do that to me. And so far, I've never met anybody that I trust that much.
my mom are the same age.
Gotcha. So does that mean me and you are pretty much the same age too? Or damn close?
Atlas Bureau 212 says, well, Peppermint he is not only a great looking guy but has a real heart of gold. During the convoy I think every lady had a crush on him, always helping people.
Yeah, nobody ever acted on it though. But I am a guy, so I could have been just oblivious to it. You know.
Frankie says, guess who's back?
I'm guessing Frankie. That's who I'm guessing's back. But yeah, no, guys are pretty ignorant women.
Peppermint says, I wouldn't want to be either. You're the one that got this started.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, my mom is 22 years older than me.
Oh.
48 lots.
Gotcha, so you're a little bit younger than me. Enjoy it. I'm 49 forever. I'm never actually going to be 50.
Atlas Bureau 212 says, your head was always under the hood of some vigil.
Yeah.
Frankie says, I'm probably the youngest here. LOL.
How old are you, Frankie? Everybody's been saying their age.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Frankie says, 17 LOL.
Holy crap, yeah, you're a youngin'. Well, thank you for for helping with my my analytics, because most of my viewers are a lot older.
Frankie is doing the gamble. I was trying to figure it out. Lots.
Yeah.
Frankie says, LOL Peppermint. Chef Tara says, oh my goodness, we better watch our mouths around Frankie, haha.
Yeah. I mean, we don't want to sit here and damage that poor innocent brain there.
Frankie says, Tara, you can curse around me, I don't really care.
Yeah. Pretty sure Frankie's heard worse. Minutes, 12 minutes. Then we can do some test and tune. I want to fix that overlay.
Peppermint says, slots, I got the gamble one.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, I was wondering if you were young when you wanted to be called Vortex and Deepster the other day, haha.
I must have missed that.
Frankie says, remember this, you are an idiot, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
You are an idiot!
Peppermint says, okay, thank you Frankie, I got it. Frankie says, at Terra Clock 8589 haha. At Clara Bailey, no worries. Peppermint says, LOL Yevers, thank you. At Miss Bureau 212 says, been fun. Back to work. Watching from the sidelines. See you on Thursday.
See ya. Thank you. Have a great night.
Peppermint says, yes, I know, no worries. Peppermint says, okay.
Maybe. I see you lowered the price to $450. I don't really need it as I bought another phone. But I'll think about it.
Frankie says, have you gotten my sounder set up yet?
No, I have not. Maybe I'll work on that tomorrow. I'll have to see how. The problem is whatever you've been sending me isn't coming as a file. It's coming as an audio that I can play. So I'll have to figure out how I can convert it into a file. Because I need it as an actual file. So right now the only way I can click it and I can listen to it, but I don't have any control over like downloading it as a physical file.
Peppermint says, not working, I might be broke.
What's not working?
Frankie says, what file is it needed as?
MP3. MP3 or WAV, either or. I can convert a WAV into an MP3.
Peppermint says, who am doing something wrong? Frankie says, the one I sent to your email says MP3.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the email and just see if there was an attachment that I can download, but it was just showing me a like a sound bar that I could click play on.
Peppermint says, it works, it's just me.
Yeah. I'll have to take a look at it. I really haven't had time to screw with any of that because this whole weekend I worked, so I never really got a day off. So it is kind of nice that I have tomorrow off. Let's go, come on. Fucking drive.
Peppermint says, yes.
Yeah. Okay, we are home, so we're going to do a little test and tune stuff. See if I can get this overlay a little bit better. Let's see.
Let's. At Sweets Thing says, hi honey, we're home.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if this fixes the chat overlay. Okay. And I got to do a test chat.
Peppermint says, yes, we are all home.
Yep.
Okay. Here's my test. That's not good. I lose the name. That's not going to work. Alright, so I got to change the size a little bit.
Putts.
So let's try... Let's try this. That's maximum characters, just so I can test to see. I'm trying to set up the chat window for maximum
Peppermint
characters.
says, what is it?
So I'm just trying to get the size of the font right and get everything working.
@Partibonza says, hey Eric and chat, end of the day, eh?
Yeah, end of the day, we're just doing some test and tune. That actually works pretty good. Yeah, we're just testing and
Frankie
tuning
says,
now.
yes, @Partibonza. Putts.
Yeah, we're just testing the overlay right now.
Putts. Peppermint says, I want my name in a pretty color too.
I don't seem to control that. I don't know how that's working.
Peppermint says, I seen purple, do you have pink?
I don't control the names. I think the depending on if it comes from Twitch or Kick, it changes the colors. I don't know.
Frankie says, can I have my name in blue, not as a mob but just blue cause it's my fave color?
Yeah, like I said, I don't control I don't seem to be able to control the colors. I don't have an option for that. I don't know if it's just random or what it is.
Peppermint says, I don't know either.
Yeah.
Huts. Peppermint says, just wondering.
Yeah. I can control the font. Well, no, I can't even control the font. It doesn't tell me the. It doesn't tell me the font. I can make it transparent. I can make it bigger. I can put shadow behind it so it's readable. But yeah, I don't seem to have. I don't seem to have an option to do that. So yeah, I don't know.
Peppermint says, we girls, we like colors.
I don't know if Frankie's a girl or a guy. Frankie's one of those names that could go either way.
Hello, stream. How are you all?
So that voice is working. Gotcha. Thank you for clearing that up.
Peppermint says, colors. Frankie says, colors are the best for. It's crazy how many social media platforms I got LMFAO.
Yeah. I'm not on them all, but I got quite a few.
Peppermint says, I do if I'm thinking what you're thinking.
I'm just trying to get this doing what I want it to do.
Frankie says, Clara, what do you want, my socials or SMTHLOL? At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, sun go down, I get back on road made.
Yeah.
I have no idea, lost.
Yeah. I'm just playing with different settings, just trying to see what I like. I think I'm just kind of stuck with what I have because it doesn't seem like it's got the option I want.
Peppermint says, Eric teaching me how to use my phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frankie says, Clara, how long you known Eric? What's Peppermint says, maybe that's why my phone sent me here. It knew I didn't know what I was doing.
Nah. That's funny. I don't care who you are, that's just funny right there.
Peppermint says, how long Eric? 10 or 12 days, maybe a little longer.
I don't know. 10 or 12 days for what?
Frankie says, I got socials for everything I have FB.
For what? Some testing and I'm listening to my stream, and if I have my microphone on while I'm listening to my stream, everything starts echoing.
Let's go.
Okay, down a one-way road.
Let's go. Let's go.
What's not working?
Peppermint says, slots.
Got another bot for you there, Fry.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
This is a test. This is a test.
This is a test of the voice app system. This is only a test.
This is a test of the voice app system. This is only a test.